just made for a more relaxing morning, and but more seriously, with a lot of gratitude to our team, our consultants who have been continuing to provide just remarkable guidance tirelessly, and my colleagues as well, who just in a civic, with civic commitment, embracing this with such energy and integrity. So I start the day with a lot of gratitude and look forward to getting the meeting going. And with that, let's introduce our Spanish interpreter.
Good morning, my name is Brenda Lopez. I'm a Spanish interpreter. If you need my services, I'll be present throughout the whole meeting. Mi nombre es Brenda López, soy intérprete de español. Si necesita mis servicios, estaré presente durante toda la reunión. Gracias.
Thank you. And if we could please start and rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, welcome everybody. Agenda item 1, call to order and roll call. 1A, call for quorum. It is 9:37 a.m. on Thursday, October 28th, 2021. I call this meeting of the Independent Redistricting Commission to order. For the record, the Executive Assistant Valerie Newman will be taking roll. When your name is called, please indicate you are present. If you're unable to respond verbally, we ask that you please type your name. Val.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Watchman.
Present.
Commissioner Lerner.
Present.
Commissioner Meal.
Present.
Commissioner York.
Present.
Chairperson Newberg.
Present.
And for the record, we also have in attendance Executive Director Brian Schmidt, Deputy Director Lori Van Herren, Public Information Officer Michelle Crank, Community Outreach Coordinators Marie Chappell and Alex Pena. From Snell and Wilmer, we have Brett Johnson and Eric Spencer. From Ballard Spar, we have Roy Herrera and Daniel Ariano. And we have from Timmins, Mark Flahan, Brian Kingery and Parker Bradshaw, Doug Johnson from NDC Research, and Kim Portick, along with Angela Miller for this afternoon, will be our transcriptionist. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. And please note for the minutes that a quorum is present. Agenda item 1B, call for notice. Val, was the notice and agenda for the commission meeting properly posted 48 hours in advance of today's meeting?
Yes, it was, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, approval of minutes from October 26, 2021. That was our business meeting a couple of days ago. We have 2A, general session. We did not have executive session. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes unless there's any discussion.
I move that we approve the minutes.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds the motion.
Did you catch that? Vice Chair Watchman seconds. With that, we'll do a vote. Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner. Aye. Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and the minutes are passed. Agenda item 3, opportunity for public comments. Public comment will now open for a minimum of 30 minutes and remain open until the adjournment of the meeting. Comments will only be accepted electronically in writing on the link provided in the notice and agenda for this public meeting and will be limited to 3,000 characters. Please note, members of the Commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. We'll move to agenda item number 4, discussion on public comments received prior to today's meeting. Prior to turning it over to my colleagues for their thoughts, I'd like to first turn it over to our council to give some feedback on some public outreach in response to public comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think both Brett and I will describe two different meetings that we had in the last week. I'll start with a meeting that we had yesterday with the Arizona Latino Coalition that was attended by Chairwoman Newberg as well as members of the staff of the IRC and the legal team. During that meeting, we discussed the Latino Coalition's proposal in both the legislative map and the congressional map, a proposal that consisted of 8 Latino ability to elect districts and 2 in the legislative map and 2 Latino ability to elect districts in the congressional map. I think that discussion was particularly fruitful discussion in that we were able to solicit and obtain a lot of information related to the performance of those particular districts that the Latino Coalition has proposed, and also sort of a good dialogue over Voting Rights Act compliance, as well as the balance of the Voting Rights Act compliance with the other constitutional factors in the state constitution. I think the outcome of that meeting was to continue the dialogue with the Latino Coalition related to their proposals. And I think in the end, the meeting was a good opportunity for us to ask questions of them related to, particularly from the data side, related to their proposed districts. Any questions from the commissioners about that meeting?
Thank you, Chairwoman Newberg. On Monday, October 25th, the legal team had a conference with the Navajo Nation legal team. In attendance from the Navajo Nation legal team was Judith Dworkin and Patty Ferguson. Just as similar to the Latino Coalition meeting, it was a very productive and a very straightforward professional meeting that we basically understood from their previous correspondence. A lot of it was a reiteration of the points made in the correspondence to the Commission from the Navajo Nation, including the legal memo that the Navajo Nation presented last week. One of the major factors, both from the Latino Coalition and the Navajo Nation, that we were trying to discuss was the utilization of certain data points. It seemed that the Navajo Nation wanted to use different data points, and some of those are included now in a chart that is going to be updated, and you'll see that on the regular VRA/competitiveness chart that you go over every meeting. But in addition to that, both the Latino Coalition and the Navajo Nation are trying to use VAP, which is the voter adult population. However, in the Ninth Circuit, we are regulated to the CVAP, and that obviously has a major difference. And the legal counsel, I think, recognized that, but wanted to make sure that those numbers were presented to the Commission, and they're definitely in the maps that were submitted by the Navajo Nation post our meeting on Wednesday. My understanding from the mapping consultants is that those maps are in the summary file for the public to review. They are also going to be uploaded as different number files for purposes of easy use for the Commission later on. In addition to the VRA issue and what numbers are able to be used, basically CVAP versus VAP, the other major issue was the use of population deviation. In some of the correspondence we've received from the Navajo Nation, they have encouraged going well above the 10% standard. The legal counsel acknowledged that we were, unless we had some very good cause to go above, that the standard is a 10% deviation, and we talked about that in great length between a 7% versus a 3% positive deviation. With that, I will take any questions or let Roy or Daniel if I missed anything. Daniel's shaking his head no. So if the Commission has any questions.
Brett, if I can just take one technical clarification. The summary file that Brett mentioned is the maps are available in the redistricting tool in the summary file, and they are in the process of being published to the plan summary page.
Okay. And Daniel did point out that when you look at CVAP versus VAP, there's not that much of a difference. One of the other major points I do want to make sure I highlight from the Navajo Nation is the utilization of on reservation numbers versus using Native American numbers off reservation, that there is a distinction there, and it is a data point that is reflected inside the maps as well as their correspondence. So I know that was one of their major points. Any other questions from the commission?
I want to thank council for participating in those very constructive meetings, and I encourage the community to keep engaging in this kind of dialogue. I think it was very helpful. I turn it now over to my colleagues. Public comments.
Well, actually, I just want to follow up with one question. Can you just explain a little further about the issue of on and off reservation numbers that the Navajo Nation was referring to?
Good question. I might defer to mapping if they're able to do it from a technical aspect. I can explain it from a legal aspect, but maybe from a technical aspect. Doug, are you able to answer that question?
I think that the question they're curious about is, can we figure out how many Native American voters in that district are actually on their reservation versus are not on? It's somewhat of a tricky technical thing to do. You actually essentially create an unassigned 31st district and assign the reservation just to that, and that'll give you the numbers from the reservation itself. But it can be done in the system. It's just a little bit tricky to do, and I think it's more of a policy question of I don't want to speculate too much, but more of a policy question of how many voters are on the reservation versus not a reservation, as opposed to all Native Americans everywhere, because they don't vote as a uniform block, obviously.
It obviously be a decreased number. One of the other points, both from the Latino Coalition and Navajo Nation, is that they did obviously raise issues with the census data. We've known that as a commission from the day we all started. We explained that the commission had heard multiple testimonies about the census data, acknowledged that it is, but under Arizona law, Title 16, the commission is obligated to use the census data. So.
Back to your question, Commissioner Lerner. I think, as I understand it, not the argument, but the question related to the number of CVAP for Native Americans on reservation versus off reservation relates to this idea that those Native Americans that are off reservation, there could be significant language differences between the two groups, and that they're somehow distinct from each other. And if you use a CVAP number that is only Native Americans on reservation, that is a lower number, obviously. And then the question there is, if you use that number, are there any concerns about performance in that district, since you're starting with a lower CVAP number of Native Americans, if you're only counting those that are on reservation?
Other reactions, comments to public comments from my colleagues, or questions from, to our council? Okay, and I just want to thank the public. Our public is really engaged. We're receiving just a huge amount of really constructive comments. So clearly, the public is paying attention, and that's great from our perspective. The more data, the better. So with that, we will move to agenda item number 5, potential update discussion and potential action concerning polarization data and report presentation from mapping consultants regarding U.S. and Arizona constitutional requirements. Any update?
So, yes, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, you do have, on Tuesday you received the full written report from Dr. Hanley. As mentioned, it was more fleshing out of the background and the process and the methodologies. Wasn't anything substantive change to that. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that. And then we also did a supplemental analysis that I can show you now. If you can put that Excel sheet up. What we did is we asked Dr. Hanley to take Congressional District 3 as it was configured in the last map, and to look at polarization just in that district. As you've heard before, when we look at Maricopa County, certainly there's no doubt the data come back as polarized. But The question that we wanted to look at was, if we look at just the area covered by that district, is it polarized? And so the trick in doing analysis of a proposed district is that it doesn't follow precinct lines. And so we actually did it two ways. The first, at the top that's showing now, is just looking at the precincts that are entirely contained in that district. So there are a group of split precincts around the outside. For this analysis, we're not looking at those. We're just looking at the core precincts in that district. And if we look at this election, you look at the Garcia line for governor, you can see that depending on which measure is used, either the EI good methodology or the EI IDER, as it's listed here, methodology. The first one is ecological regression. The second one is ecological inference. An estimate of right about 90%. Oh, sorry. Right about 90% of Latino voters voted for Garcia. 89.7 by the regression methodology, or 91.6 by EI. So overwhelming Latino support for Garcia. If you continue across that line, and you get to the EI good and EI IDER for non-Hispanic voters, it's 47.5 for Garcia, and right below it, if you look, to 49.1 for Ducey. Almost a 50-50 split, but not quite. So, so right in the borderline, probably in the margin of error on that one. If we use the EI methodology, it flips the other way, actually by a larger margin, 52.2% for Garcia and 44.7. So the governor's race, by one of the two measures, is polarized, by the other one is not quite polarized, in the entirely contained precincts. The attorney general race below it, you can see the percent for Contreras in the next row there. Even higher Latino percentage for Contreras, and a solid non-Hispanic majority for Contreras as well at 54.7 and 60.4. So that race would be called not polarized. If we scroll down, looking at the second methodology, this is where we include the split precincts along the outside. So that, including those borderline or those edge precincts, both elections go to not polarized in this specific area. There's still a big difference in the percentages. You can see Garcia 85.3 and 89.9 amongst Latino voters, and 51.3 and 53.9. Big difference in percentages, but both groups are supporting the same candidate. Attorney General is even more so, of 92.7 and 95.1 among Latinos, and 58 and 61.4. So 3 of the 4 measures that we have on the table here, or data points that we have on the table, are showing as not polarized in that specific area by this analysis. And again, this is kind of a subset of a larger picture. We know that the larger picture in general is polarized. It's just the quirk of the area selected in this district. So happy to answer any questions you have about this.
I guess my one question is now, this is great to have this analysis for this CD, and whether or not, I don't know if you did this for CD7 as well. That's the first part of my question.
We did not, in part because CD3 is a majority Latino seat. It's over 50%. CD7 is an effective Latino seat. It does perform, but it's not over 50%. So we don't have quite the concern about needing to prove it's polarized, as we would hear.
So if you were to do a summary of this to say, so here's where we are, can you just kind of combine your analysis into a brief summary as part of that?
So we're in a very complicated legal realm here in terms of the district by district versus regional analysis under the Polarized Voting Act, under the Voting Rights Act. Essentially, there's a stronger case to be made for a district being drawn to be majority Latino if it's in an area that has a clear record of polarized voting. So it's easier to defend your district if you can show it's polarized. So in this case, we're not showing it's polarized, so we'd have to defend it purely on a community of interest basis, which is also possible. But it would not have the defense of its configuration. It wouldn't have as strong a defense for its configuration under the Voting Rights Act as it would if these numbers had come back polarized.
And I just want to let my colleagues know that under the next agenda item, when we dive into deliberation on the maps, we will have the option to go into executive session to get legal advice on issues related to VRA compliance, polarization, and performance. So this is the data, and we'll be able to have an opportunity to get legal counsel.
Doug, I just want to confirm, these numbers are based on map 6.0?
You're hitting my weak spot, which is keeping track of which numbers are which districts.
6.0 being the map number, not the district number.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
And we now have a 7.0. Has any analysis been done on 7.0?
We have not had the time to have Dr. Hanley do the specific analysis, but given the elections that we're using to track, we can extrapolate some conclusions. And I'll certainly go into that when we get into 7.0.
Very helpful. Anything else on this agenda item?
Not from my part.
Okay. We will move to agenda item number 6, draft map decision discussion. We will, I believe, begin with legislative districts. What I'm going to suggest, we have 3 iterations, 9.0, 9.1, 9.2, if I'm labeling them correctly.
Madam Chair, I'd like to correct that. We have 8.0 and the 3 nines. 8.0 is still in play, and
Okay.
it's the current approved draft version.
Okay.
So I think we need to compare those 3 and 8.0 as we discuss.
Correct. Duly noted. We will review all 4 of those iterations. What I'm going to suggest is for mapping to briefly go through each map, just highlight, what makes it unique, and then the commissioners can have an opportunity to give feedback on each version and make a case for what you like, and we won't vote or entertain a motion until all 4 maps have an opportunity to be considered. What I'm also going to suggest is after the mapping team reviews all of the 4 iterations, that we go into executive session at that point to seek legal advice regarding VRA compliance. So I turn it to mapping.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Yes, the last legislative map that was approved was version 8.0, and you can see that on the tree as the red block. If we want to do a quick dive into 8.0, this was built off of legislative test map version 7.0, and in this map, District 7 is extended north to take San Manuel, Oracle, and Mammoth. Brian, do you want to show that on the screen? You zoom into the Oracle area. Thank you. Right where D7 and T16 split. Zoom out a little bit. So really the key changes here were north of Pima County in District 17. It was extended north to take the cities of San Manuel, Oracle, and Mammoth. And that was the change off of LD test map 7.0. But maps balanced, all the population is assigned, and on this map, there was no request that we could not do. Okay, so what Brian's got on the screen right now is map 9.0, so the start of the 9 series. And what 9.0 was looking at was it moved the community of Coolidge into District 16. So you can see now it is wholly contained into District 16. I believe before then it was split. Vale, the city of Vale, went into District 19. So you can see now that it is part of 19. The community of Tanque Verde moved into District 18. And that used to be in District 17. The communities of Mammoth, Oracle, and San Manuel, that same area that we were talking about in the previous map, that moved into District 7. Flowing Wells moved into District 20 as requested. Davis-Monthan Air Force Base was moved into District 21. As you can see, 21 now comes up to the north and to the west to grab the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base area. This map is balanced. All the population is assigned. Can you bring up the demographics and the competitive data for this? So here's the demographics and the competitive data for 9.0. What you will notice on the 9.x series, so all of them, 9.0, 9.1, and 9.2, if you highlight District 23, you will notice that in the competitiveness metrics, it says 8-0, tilt towards the Democrats. And that is because, that is correct, that's because Treasurer of 2018, the way that district is configured, it was an exact 50.00 split between the Republican and the Democrat. So in that area, we did not assign a win to either party. And that's why it shows 8-0 there. And that'll be the same for 9.0, 9.1, and 9.2. Any questions on the demographics, competitive data? Doug, you got anything to add?
Just to walk through it a little bit, in this map we have, I realize it's hard to see, it's actually easier to see on the WebEx, I think, than it is on the screen in the room. We now, as you hopefully noticed, in the spreadsheet we do have the non-Hispanic Native American single race VAP column that's now requested, so that is there. And as you go down to District 6, you can see we have both the citizen voting age percentage number we were looking at before, which is 58% Native American, and the non-Hispanic Native American single race VAP, which is 54% Native American in District 6. In terms of effective Latino districts, we have District 11, which is at 49% Latino share of citizen voting age population. And over on the right, both of the elections we're tracking are at 70% or higher. And then if we jump down to districts 20 through 24 plus 26, all of them range from a high of 63% to a low of 40% Latino share of citizen voting age population. And all of those perform on the Attorney General's race, and all but District 23 perform on the governor's race. The governor's race, the Democratic candidate, the Latino Democratic candidate, received 48.5%, so it's just right on the edge. So we do have the 7 districts that would be considered effective Latino districts, plus the Native American 58 or 54% district in that mix. On the
Could
competitive...
you just, I'm
oh,
sorry, I got 6, probably because I was busy looking for them on this chart while
Sure.
you were doing it. Can you repeat those numbers again? I'm sorry.
Certainly. There's a lot of numbers on the chart, especially when you see it on the screen. So District 11, and then 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 26. And on the competitive side, we have in our 4% range, districts 2, 4, 7, and 17. And in our 7% range, we then add in districts 9, 13, 16, and one more, 23. Yes. Yeah, 23 is an unusual district, and it both performs as a Latino seat and it is a competitive seat. So any questions about any of those numbers? Oh, I'm sorry, I almost forgot. And then we also have District 12, which is 9.7% spread, but does have a swing election in it. So we end up with 8 that meet one of our measures of competitiveness, and then there are 2 more, one more, that is just outside at 8% spread. Any questions, or we can go on to 9.1?
9.1.
So 9.1 went back to the last approved legislative map at 8.0 and built its changes off that way. In version, yep, you can see the tree right there. In version 9.1, we moved flowing wells into District 20. Which you can see there, and if you zoom in a little bit more, Brian, if you see the little brown section right above District 20 between that and 17, the reason that is that way is that is the city boundary of the city of Tucson. So at that intersection, it crosses I-10. So that's why that looks like, you can see there it is, there's the city of Tucson boundary. So we picked that up to keep the city of Tucson whole there. Next, all of Red Rock is moved into District 17. So you can see there, District 17 then goes north up the I-10 corridor and picks up the entire city of Red Rock. You can see that Vail is now moved into District 17. And then Tucson Estates is now moved into District 16. And that is the same as Oracle, San Manuel, and Mammoth. That area is moved into District 16 also. And you can see that District 17, right below it, still holds Saddlebrook and Saddlebrook Ranch in its district. Davis-Monthan Air Force Base was moved into District 21. As you can see there, the lighter pink color. Quail Creek Country Club, Amato, Tubac, and the eastern half of Santa Cruz County as you go down I-19 was moved into District 19, as you can see there. And then finally, all of Coolidge, again in this map, is united into District 16. But to make up for the change of population with putting Coolidge into District 16, just drag the map north a little bit. District 7 now had to move further west into Apache Junction for population balancing. So you can see, yeah, right there where Brian had the cursor in that north point, it moved farther west to take in population from Apache Junction. But by doing that, it allowed Santan Valley to stay whole in District 15. Those were the changes in that map. You want to bring up the demographics on that again? And then again, same thing here, District 23, it had an 8.0 competitive metric, and that's because Treasurer 2018 is still tied at 50.00%. Kick it over to Doug.
The numbers here are very similar. On the Native American percentages of District 6, and in the 7 districts that I mentioned earlier, we're still at the same percentages and same effective numbers. And same thing with the tracking numbers. So those are all unchanged. On the competitive side, we do, let me see, in 9.0 we had 8 districts that met one of our measures, and let me just make sure, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we have 7. We did, and it's a little tricky to match them up one-to-one, but let me see if I can get this right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got 8 in 9.1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, we lost one in 16 and 17. In 9.0, they were both competitive. And in this map, 17 slips back to be a 9.9% spread.
Any questions? And again, the demographics, you can see the new Native American single race VAP column that's right next to the citizen voting age population. So you can easily see how the numbers compare between the two. Okay, 9.2. So 9.2 was built upon 9.1, the map that you just saw, with basically one change. What 9.1 wanted to test was basically in District 7 in the same area of Oracle, Mammoth, and San Manuel. So in here, you can see that District 7 now moves south to include Mammoth, San Manuel, in the town of Oracle. So instead of it being in District 17, it is now in District 7. And that was the only change that was made between 9.1 and 9.2. Do you want to pull up the demographics?
And just from a demographic perspective, that changed in move the needle on any of the numbers on competitive or the effective Latino or Native American districts.
And I did misspeak on 9.1. Oracle San Manuel is actually in District 16, not 17. So 9.2, District 17 took those towns from District 16 and not 17. And on the left on the screen there is 9.1, and on the right side of the screen there is 9.2. So you can see the differences in District 7 and District 16 there. And this is a new viewer where you could basically take two different draft maps, put one on one side of the screen and the other on the other side of the screen, and as you zoom around the map, they both stay in sync if you wanted to see the differences between the two versions. So you can choose whatever you want out of the layers. Go pull up the demographics. So here's the demographic, same thing, 23, still is 8-0. Treasurer 2018 race was tied 50.00. Do you have anything on the demographics there, Doug?
No, this is where there's no change in the results.
Could you just review, since 8.0 is still on the table, it would be helpful maybe to just as a refresher, if you don't mind.
Do you want to see the map or the statistics?
The map isn't that different from 9.1, right? There's some differences between 9.1 and 9.2, but by and large, there's a lot that's overlap. So more the statistics, I think.
Sure. So from a performance of Latino performance and Native American performance districts, they're the same. The 8.0 and all three of the 9 series legislative maps. On the competitive front, 8.0 has 7 competitive seats. So the one change amongst the 4 maps we're talking about is that in 9.0, District 17 becomes a competitive seat, a highly competitive seat, and District 16 is in our 7% range. So both 16 and 17 are in our competitive definition, one highly competitive and one somewhat competitive. In the 8.0 and in 8.0, 16 was 4.6, so it was in our somewhat competitive range, and 17 is just outside at 8.9%. So only one of them falls under our definition. The other one's close, but not quite in there. In 9.1 and 9.2, we get the same results in both, just that they change by tenths of a percent. 16 becomes a highly competitive seat at 3.8%, but 17, the range goes up to 9.9%, so it's a bit outside of our ranges. So in terms of the count that falls into our competitive measures, 9.0 has 8, and 8.0, 9.1, and 9.2 have 7.
Do you remember offhand how many were created with IRC 2.0? Was it 5 fell within our range? We can look into that.
I am not sure, nor have
Okay.
those numbers off.
I'll take
on
a
hand.
look. Yeah.
Here we go. Yes, actually, I've got my cheat sheet here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, there are 8 that fall under at least one of our competitive definitions in MAP 2.0.
No,
I think
that's a misunderstanding, yeah. We're not talking about MAP 2.0. She was talking about the 2011 commission.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to get reference for, the change of, are we increasing number of competitive legislative districts or not? Just out of curiosity, I wanted to compare the number of competitive districts based on our criteria 10 years ago that were created.
Chairwoman, I've got those statistics right here, and they used 8 different competitiveness measures, so it depends on which one you use. And my looking at it carefully the other day, not today, the competitive measure number 4, I think is more similar to what we're using, but they vary somewhat. If you use that, they had 6 competitive districts that are inside a 7.5% or 8% kind of range.
Thank you. If there are no other questions from, is there anything else mapping would like to show us? I am going to then suggest that I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for the purpose of obtaining legal advice with respect to VRA compliance, polarization, and performance pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3.
I so move.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Lerner seconds.
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, we will move into executive session with our council and staff to discuss VRA compliance. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for the public's patience. We were in executive session under agenda item number 5, seeking legal advice regarding VRA compliance, polarization, and performance, with particular focus on the proposals from the Latino Coalition and the Navajo Nation. And with that, we are going to begin our deliberation about the legislative options. We have 8.0, 9.0, 9.1, and 9.2. I suggest we take them one at a time and open it up to the commissioners being able to share what they view as the positives, weaknesses, your strength of devotion or commitment to it, and then we'll go through all 4 options and then entertain a motion for a vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. This is Commissioner Lerner. I tend to group 8.0, 9.1, and 9.2 as very similar. So there are some minor modifications in each of those, but I would like to speak to 9.0 as the primary one I would like to discuss at this point, if that's okay.
If that works with my colleagues, to begin with 9.0. Please do.
That's fine. Okay. All right, thank you. So 9.0 is a result of trying to create a compromise map from where we were with 7 in the map 7 series to when we moved to 8 and to this one now. And basically this compromise is acknowledging the interest in keeping the communities of Marana, Oro Valley. Well, it started out with mostly Marana and Oro Valley, but also Catalina. We've now added Saddlebrook, Casas Adobes into one district. And so the really distinct difference that I see between this one map and the others is the shapes, and there are other differences, but what we've done with District 17. And what we're doing here is basically focusing on the constitutional criteria. This version, and respecting communities of interest, is one of the primary. We are combining 4 neighboring communities of interest. We are respecting natural boundaries that are there, and I'll go into that detail. We're respecting compactness. We feel this is a much more compact district. And we also feel that it meets the competitive criteria, because this district would be virtually 50-50. In terms of its makeup as part of that. So those are, just to start out by explaining some of the issues there, those are some of the criteria that we've been looking at. Do you want me to go into more detail? I can. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, please share what you like and what you don't like.
Okay.
And then we'll take turns.
So the previous iteration for District 17, and I'll go back to the Series 7 map, in terms of competitiveness, was a more leaning Democratic district at something like 54, 55%. This particular one reduces that to 50%. So it becomes a truly competitive as you can get, district. So just to address the competitiveness piece. We want to respect the interest, as we heard from a number of communities. We got a letter from governing board members for Amphitheater Public Schools and Marana Unified School District, who said that they would like to be united into the same district. We want to respect that, and that this 9.0 respects that connection between the two. 9.1 and 9.2 both actually split the Amphitheater Public Schools District, so we want to try to keep that together. 9.0 unites the larger communities in the Marana Unified School District and only splits the School District 1. It's the third largest school district in Pima County, so keeping it together would be difficult. It covers nearly all of Marana, 1/3 of Casas Adobes, and then smaller communities nearby in this iteration, this 9.0 as part of that. So it really unites districts in a very good way, these school districts, and we've certainly talked about school districts as communities of interest in the past. So that's one piece that I wanted to mention in terms of communities of interest as part of that. A second, and again, we heard from our from folks through a letter that just arrived within the last couple of days. Another thing is that Casas, Adobes, and Catalina foothills are linked. If we take a look at that map, they're linked by two major east-west corridors. You've got River Road on the south and Ina Road on the north, Sunrise Road, Skyline Road. These are linking these communities very effectively. Transportation corridors, we know, are important as part of it. They share a lot of services in that area. The communities in that area go back and forth from one place to another, and that's an important piece as part of it. Another piece that I want to mention is the geographic concern that I raised last week, and that's part of why I was concerned about Tanque Verde. And interestingly, today in our, well, as we're looking at our districts around the state, we have been conscious in the Maricopa County area of the fact that the South Mountain area is a significant barrier. And so we have District 11 on one side, and we don't have it cross over to another side. And I raise that because there is a mountain range, the Catalina Mountains, which separates some of these communities. And that's part of why I wanted to mention that, because it's 9.0 actually recognizes that geographic barrier that is there. So that is another piece that I wanted to mention on how the geographic area should be recognized and respected. It's one of our, again, one of our criteria to respect natural boundaries. To drive through the district would take an extensive amount of time, and actually you would end up having to go through a couple of other districts to get there because of the mountain range that's part of it. Catalina Mountain separates East Tucson and Tanque Verde from Oro Valley. It is a geographic boundary. The Catalina Mountains separates, is something we have to be aware of. Oro Valley and Vail are separated by Catalina Mountains as well. So those are some of the reasons, from our perspective, we looked at the constitutional criteria, and we believe that this is a great compromise from the previous iteration from 8.0 or 9.1 and 9.2, because it brings together these neighboring communities of interest. It recognizes transportation corridors. It recognizes the geographic boundaries that exist. It creates very constitutional districts in that area. There are fewer splits. So for all of those reasons, you know what, I'll stop there right now as part of the reasons that I believe that this one is actually a better map because of how it respects these constitutional criteria. And I will hear from my colleague.
I have a question,
Yes.
Commissioner Lerner. You've been saying we believe that this map, the two of you are submitting this feedback together?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all about, it's just, we've worked on this together.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Lerner, and I appreciate your perspective on these maps. I really still feel that map 8.0 is a really solid map that accomplishes a great number of things, and part of me wants to make brilliant arguments for map 8.0. But I do think that map 9.2 is a compromise map, and it doesn't accomplish everything Commissioner Lerner would like, but it gives up some of the things I would like, and I think actually is, when it was finally drawn, it was surprising how many communities of interest are brought together better in map 9.2 than in 9.0. And the reality is that 9.0 divides the foothills, and there's no way to there's no way to not divide some of the communities of interest in Pima County. So no matter what route we choose, there will be some communities that will not be happy with the outcome. But I think that 9.2 addresses far more of the number of communities than 9.0 does. In going through the constitutional criteria, one of the advantages of 9.2 is that there's significantly less population deviation throughout the map than in 9.0. In 9.0, there's over 4 districts that have plus or minus 11,000 plus people. And when you go to 9.2, that is reduced to 1 district that has that kind of an extreme deviation. So for population balancing purposes, 9.2 I think is far better. District 21 is one of our Latino majority minority districts, and it performs under either one, but that's the one that is the least performing of those districts, or one of lesser performing of those districts. And in 9.2, it performs better than it does in 9.0. And as far as the communities of interest, Marana-Oro Valley, the Tango Verde corridor have, and all the way down to Rita Ranch, that's the suburban ring around Tucson. And it's very similar development, very similar lifestyle. The Tango Verde area has adamantly refused to annex into Tucson historically and consistently. And it's because they don't want to be part of the inner city of Tucson. And their interests are much more aligned with Marana-Oro Valley when you look at the stands they take on public issues. And by extending out around there and picking up the Tango Verde Valley, you get to go down to Rita Ranch and Vail, which are, again, a much better fit than in the 9.0 map. It also frees up Quail Creek, Tubac, and the eastern Santa Cruz, fitting into the district with Cochise County, which we have heard significant testimony from those areas that they prefer that. Competitive-wise, they're very, very similar, and it flips a little bit between 17 and 16 being competitive. In the 9.2 map, 16 is much more competitive, and 17 less so in the flip on the 9.0 map. But I will say that District 17 and 18 adjoin one another. 17 is underpopulated and 18 is overpopulated. So I think when we get into a final mapping phase, it will be very easy to make some adjustments, and I will be open to adjustments that would make 17 a more competitive district than it is in this current map. So for all those reasons, I would strongly support map 9.2.
May I comment? Okay. So, and I certainly always appreciate your perspective on the Tucson area. But a couple points that you made that I'd like to just address. You mentioned the competitiveness. 16 in 9.2, just to refer to that since you mentioned that as a compromise map. I just was looking, 16, the competitiveness is factor is at a 4.2 for 16, and in 9.0 it's at a 5.9. So there is a 1.7 slight deviation, still within our range. 17, however, in 9.2, or actually any of these maps, is at a 9.9, which is outside of our deviation. It is not at all competitive. And in the map that we're proposing, it's a 1.1. So it really makes a huge difference in that we're not really seeing anything in competitiveness in that. And the other thing I guess I'll mention about Tango Verde is almost an hour away from Marana. And while we know that that's the case, we need to have those distances in rural areas. In urban areas, we do not need to have those kinds of distances. We can make much more compact and contiguous districts, which is really all I'm trying to do. Again, recognizing and acknowledging the interests that you have spoken about. I think that 9.0 really brings that population in that north part of Tucson together really effectively. Vail is at least an hour drive. You have to go through 3 districts to get from one side to the other. Tanque Verde's almost an hour drive to Marana. And those are things that, in terms of communities of interest, they are going to have some significant differences. The initial goal that we've talked about consistently has been to unite Marana and Oro Valley and some similar communities in those areas, which I really believe that 9.0 does. It recognizes their communities of interest. It recognizes the transportation corridors, the geographic boundaries. It makes a very nice, compact district in that area. And that's part of what I'm seeing. So while Tanque Verde and East Tucson, that's exactly it, right? They are on East Tucson, not in that north area. So those are some of the arguments I think I just want to reiterate about the fact that what we're really doing is we are placing communities that are not naturally aligned to create this district that just goes around the mountains. It's not compact, it's not as contiguous, and doesn't recognize some of those communities of interest in a way that it could. It allows for us to connect school districts, and we've heard from people just in the last couple of days, City Council from Oro Valley saying that they would like to be connected to Casas Adobes and Marana, the Marana school districts wanting to be connected to those same communities. So I do believe that 9.0 is a great compromise because it allows us to meet all of these constitutional criteria and still provide for a very competitive district in a way that I know was of interest.
Sounds like Commissioner Meal has a preference for 8.0. So when you talk about 9 being a compromise, you think 9 is a compromise between your position and Commissioner Meal's?
Absolutely. I think 9 is a compromise. I know his preference is 8, and I know he made adjustments in 9.1 and 9.2 to try to address some concerns. But I think 8.0 is still a compromise because if we actually go back and look at where's my 8.0 data? If we go back and look at the 8.0 spread as well, the 8.0 for District 17 is at 8.9%, whereas the one I am submitting, 9.0, is at 1.1% spread. And the 8.0 is at a 4.6 for District 16, and I'm suggesting something that's a 5.9 that certainly could be adjusted down with some other compromises. So I do believe to be quite honest, District 17 between 8.0, 9.1, and 9.2 is very similar. So I don't think there's a great deal of difference, and that's the primary area that I'm focused on is District 17. And I think that the more compact District 17 map that I'm submitting, or that has been drawn, meets the issues that were raised early on about Marana and Oro Valley, and then we've since then added other communities in that region that are a natural fit.
And again, I think I've stated the case for 9.2 as a compromise, and I think it really is a compromise, and it certainly accomplished one of Commissioner Lerner's biggest criticisms of the 8.0 map was that too many counties came into the urban area, or too many districts came into the urban area, and we've pulled 2 of those districts out in the 9.2 map. The 9.2, again, just meets a wider variety and more communities of interest than 9.0 does. I think it's a more fair distribution of the population. And if it's appropriate at this point, are we to where we want to make a motion and make a decision?
Well, I'm going to share my thoughts.
Okay.
I think a lot of these maps could work. And to be honest, by the end of the day, you could get my affirmative vote on most of these because I think they're great starting points. I think they're reasonably balanced. I think they're compact. I think they're contiguous. The mapping team has done a remarkable job of balancing populations. I concur with Commissioner Meal that I do see 9.2 as more of a compromise starting point. I'm sensitive to the fact that Commissioner Lerner is upset about LD 17. What I would propose is for us to start from 9.2, see if there's any small tweaks, because obviously today we're not going to be able to correct for major differences without causing too many ripple effects. But my inclination is to start with 9.2. And but my preference and my goal throughout the entire day is for me rarely to be a deciding vote. I seek consensus. We are an example to the state. We have an opportunity to come together and honor what we're sharing, which is that this is a draft map. And it's to begin to elicit conversation. Nobody's going to get everything that they want. And we can articulate what we don't like even after we approve a map. But so from my perspective, I could be swayed by what's going to be in the collective interest of the five of us having the best starting point for a comprehensive map. But my personal preference is 9.2.
Thank you, Chair. Can I make one more comment on 9.2 then, if that's part of what we're looking at? And that is, in this current map, when we look at 9.2, it bypasses Casas Adobes to go around and get Tanque Verde. So this District 17 actually bypasses communities that are closer together that have been identified by officials in the area, the school districts, local city council in the area have said those are our communities of interest to go around and pick up Tanque Verde, which is, to be honest, is part of what is driving that district and part of what makes that spread so large in terms of the competitiveness. Casas Adobes has a large population. And instead of being included in a natural way where they've got the transportation corridor, you've got people sharing communities where they are back and forth all the time to each other, we're picking up a district, a group of people who have to drive an hour to get from one end to the other. And that's really where what I'm talking about in terms of the compactness and contiguity of that, which is why I am saying that I think that the District 17 to me is the core of this, of the differences between any of these maps. And this particular district that we're looking at was drawn with an effort to create a district with a partisan advantage, just to be honest. I think that the alternative basically creates a great opportunity for us to show that we can create a district with communities of interest and also very competitive opportunities to basically have all voices heard. And the fact that we don't include those communities in this current iteration of District 17 is why I'm so concerned, just to be clear.
I believe it's also important to ensure that right-of-center communities in the broader Tucson area are able to elect a leader to represent them in the Tucson area. So I am focused on ensuring that the people of Tucson all have, to some degree, representation and effective representation on Capitol Hill so they can deliver to their area.
I don't disagree with that. I think we want to have that throughout. There's a number of districts around our state that we certainly can be looking at that. I 100% agree we want these kinds of districts to give people representation. But that's what the competition is for. If we create a truly competitive district, they have that opportunity. At this point, this district will not at all be competitive. It's outside of our range. So from my perspective, why don't, if we started with 9.0 and then looked to see if there's a few things, this is already taking away from what could be a left-leaning district. So essentially, we are moving from a district that in the Series 7 was a 54% Democrat to now going to a district that is, in terms of leaning, 10 points on the other end. So we are essentially moving 10 points to draw this district as part of it, and that doesn't fit our criteria because it basically goes outside the competition, the competitive range that we have set. So if we could keep this within our competitive range, I think we could work with that.
I'd just like to politely point out to Commissioner Lerner that there are 4 urban districts in the Tucson area. District 18, District 20, and District 21 all are extremely wide margins for the Democrats. So I'm not trying to destroy those districts or suggest that we make changes to them. But having one district that leans Republican, I don't think is a bad thing. But what's driving me is the overall communities of interest, the population balance, and the other factors.
Sorry. I'm not worried about population balance at this point completely. I am worried about it in the long run, of course, but because I know that our mapping team will work to fix that, and we have that in all of these. But I want to acknowledge that I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that we are not necessarily aligning great communities of interest. We are putting groups together. And by leaving out, for example, Casas Adobes from this district, when you look at that, it's right there, but we're going around it. And I think we're going around it for a partisan reason.
In the interest of progress, I would like to make a motion that we approve map 9.2 as our new base map for the legislative districts. And I'll make a side comment that I will promise to work with everyone to look at those population differences in 17 and 18 and to see if something, when we get into the final mapping, can be made tighter.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Watchman.
No.
Commissioner Meal.
Yes.
Commissioner Lerner.
No.
Commissioner York.
Yes.
Commissioner Newberg abstains. I'll entertain another motion if somebody would like to make one.
I move that we accept map. Oh,
You need to make a record that the motion did not pass before you go to another motion.
Please note for the record that the motion did not pass.
I move that we adopt map 9.0, and I will make the same commitment that Commissioner Meal made, that we will continue to work together to see what we can do to provide balance to address some of the concerns.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Watchman seconds the motion.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
No.
Commissioner Lerner.
Yes.
Commissioner York.
No.
Commissioner Newberg abstains. The motion does not pass. Is there any further comment or dialogue about options for moving forward regarding a starting point? I'd like to reiterate myself that, I was drawn to 9.2. I was compelled by Meal's overall rationale about compactness, communities of interest. I am also, like I said, focused on wanting to ensure some accountability in the Tucson area for right-of-center folks, a community of interest to not be neglected. So I want to make sure that one of those districts is able to perform in a way that a segment will not be marginalized. So that's important to me. So 9.2, in my view, was the greatest compromise that we had today to start with. I'd love to see a consensus starting point. If not, I will vote. But again, we have the ability today to set such an example for the state and for the public about how to engage in compromise and discourse. So thoughts before we entertain another motion?
I would like to, my thought is I'd like to ask the mapping team to make a change between 17 and 18 and come back to us today with that change to see how much it moves.
We need a starting point, though, before we can give them further direction, I believe. So unless we give them direction based on an old iteration.
Couldn't I give them direction to revise map 9.2 in a certain way? And they could come back with it. We haven't adopted it, but we could then look at it and decide if it was worthy of being adopted.
And then that would be essentially 9.3.
Or we could approve 9.2 with the expectation of making those further changes.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair, as I think about this, I would suggest, why don't we view it as give us direction to take a map that starts at the adopted 8.0, incorporates the changes already made in 9.2, and perhaps adds another change.
Which would then be 9.3.
Well, could we do that, though? I mean, 9.0 addresses a lot of the same issues as in 9.2, with the primary difference is not taking in Tanque Verde. I mean, that's because a lot of the other things that were in 9.2 that I'm just looking at your descriptions that you have here, where you have flowing wells, Davis-Monthan, some of those things that were also put into 9.1 and 9.2 are also in 9.0. I think the biggest issue here is that basically 9.2 is very partisan, outside of our range of competitiveness. So a compromise map would still have us fall within the range of competitiveness that we have set as a policy, where we have the smaller range. If we have that, it does give people the opportunity to elect who they prefer. And so I don't know, I don't have off the top of my head a way to make those adjustments, to be honest, because part of what we've been trying to do, I think, as a commission is focus on the other constitutional criteria as well as competitiveness, but not that be the driver. So I'm all for a compromise. I just don't know how we get to that piece where we're at a 50-50 now, and the sense I'm getting is you want to move off of that. But I'm concerned about that 9.9 or 10-point difference is giving us a very non-competitive district and not compact. So,
but Commissioner Lerner, it isn't bothering you that 18, 20, and 21, the other three urban districts are all that kind of spread or bigger. We could redraw a map where I took the Cochise County district up into the urban Tucson and grabbed a bunch of population, and it would then make 18 more competitive and 19 more competitive, but it would be an absurd map. And I'm not trying to propose things where we really do something that is odd to force that. But District 17, the way it is, meets all of the community of interest requirements, as does the map you're pointing to. It's competing communities. But to suggest that having one that leans Republican, and it will lean less Republican than this at the end of the day, is just not reasonable.
I'm not saying that we should be having any district with those big numbers. I would be happy if all of our districts around the state were more competitive. You know, I've been saying more competitive all along.
But they have three really easy Democratic districts, and then, in your mind, the fourth district then has to then be a toss-up. That's...
Right. From my perspective, I'm hearing that you're getting hung up by one district that I think, you know, looking again at accountability in Tucson, I'm comfortable having it, you know, be a district that will ensure that right-of-center people are going to have representation or some accountability. And this map is one less competitive, you know, than other iterations in the same number of competitive districts as the last commission. I think it's a real great compromise, something that we can build on. It's possible we can fix 16, 17 and balance it a little bit more. But I'm really comfortable with this as a starting point. So look, we have two choices. We can either, because my sense is the only map that will likely get approval would be 9.2, or this compromise version that you're working on, which is what, starting from 8.0 and then making concerted changes to that to get to this midpoint?
Well, no, I don't. I was not supportive of 8.0 either. I was supportive of our previous iteration. That was the one, and I'm sorry because I always forget whether we were at 7.0 or 1.7. I don't remember. What was it? 7.0. Thank you. So, you know, the concern is that what we're doing is we have different visions of what the communities of interest are, right? I believe that there are a number of reasons that Casas Adobes needs to be with the Marana, Catalina area geographically. It makes, and transportation-wise, it just makes a lot of sense to me to put that in the district. I honestly was not looking at numbers in terms of where was this going to end up, whether it was a Republican or a Democratic district, because we're not drawing maps specifically for that purpose. I don't deny that some of these in that area are also outside of our range of competitiveness. Fully acknowledge that, and if there are ways to make adjustments, we can. But creating a district for that particular purpose is not something that constitutionally, I mean, we're supposed to make competitive, but not to necessarily be partisan about it. So it's a different vision, I think, that we have. My vision is looking at these communities in this northern community area, which have acknowledged their relationship with each other, where the people go back and forth all the time. And that, to me, is a much more compact district and very compelling reason. No mountain range is dividing them. There's all sorts of reasons that I've articulated. So I don't know what the compromise would be in terms of that. I understand what you're saying about representation, but we have that in lots of other areas, and we certainly can address that in other districts throughout the state.
Is there another proposal outside of 9.2 that might bring consensus?
Let me address, this is Commissioner York, I'm not terribly familiar with the Pima County, but I do know Ina Road is a major corridor, and 9.0 divides that, Casa Adobes area out of the rest of District 18, and in this current 9.2 version, Ina is throughout the entire corridor, and I think that joins together the foothills community much better. And I would also argue that the east side of Pima County is a lot like the Marana Oracle side as far as population and the way that the way they conduct their lives, and it's one of the reasons why I'm in favor of 9.2 and the way District 17 loops around the backside of the mountains.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Watchman here. I guess my comments to this is that the disagreement came about when we decided to consider Commissioner Mills' request, and that was to bring together Marana and Oro Valley. And what came back from our mapping consultants is what we see here in version 9.2. It basically, for me, went beyond what I thought was my compromise in trying to address Commissioner Mills' thoughts. And so now we have a proposed District 17 that wraps around and includes, basically the east side of Tucson and goes into District 19. And so, we're talking about compromise, we're talking about working with each other. What 9.0 does, it does bring more competitiveness to the area of Tucson, as Commissioner Lerner pointed out. I think it's a better description, it better accommodates the communities of interest in the Tucson area. Although I'm not, as Commissioner York, I'm not totally familiar with Tucson because it's been 30 years since I lived there going to college. And so, what we're really looking for is a compromise here. And I think we went beyond that when we initially started trying to address Marana and Oro Valley. So my support still lies with version 9.0. And maybe we need to go back to some earlier versions. But basically what we're trying to do here is reach an agreement as a starting point. And, for myself, the starting point is 9.0. And so I appreciate this time here. Thank you.
If we don't agree on a starting point, are we going to agree on an ending point?
Well, I guess this is Commissioner York. One of the other things, Commissioner Watchman, Commissioner Lerner continue to point out is to try to make District 17 more competitive in the 9.0 map. But the reality, the community itself becomes less competitive because we continue to dilute the voice of the Republican Party out of the ability to elect a candidate of choice. And so I believe 9.2 is probably a more competitive map in a sense that one district is noticeably more leaning to one side and the other three are leaning to the other side. So I would make that argument that 9.2 is more competitive. And if you look at the preferential differentiation on the bottom of our chart that we have printed out for us, actually 9.2 is more competitive than the 9.0.
So I'd like to point out if we fail to agree on anything, we're still at map 8.0. So I'm the only person here happy. So if we want to do that and stalemate and be at 8.0, that to me is not all that bad of a thing. But Commissioner Lerner, I would ask for you to change your mind and to vote for 9.2 and let us work together in a final mapping stage to try to make improvements that would bring us all together.
There is no enough votes to support 9.0. There are enough votes at the end to support 9.2. It's unknown about going back to 8.0. I'm not a fan of that. And I am open to another option, a hybrid approach, if 4 of my colleagues could feel that they could vote all for that starting point. And if not, we just need to vote for a starting point. So unless anybody has a clever idea about some hybrid model that may bring the 4 of you closer together, and I'll give you 1 minute to think about it.
I would love to have, off the top of my head, I wish I could say, let's do this or that. I don't have that. I did want to make a comment about Ina Road. It does go right through the district. I did take a look at that just as a point of order, just to make that comment. I do think we've already, I'll be honest, I think we came up with a compromise. Commissioner Watchman and I looked closely at all of this, came up with a compromise that we thought would be acceptable by creating a district that provides Republicans with a good opportunity to have their voice heard, by creating a district that was 50-50 and still pulled together these communities of interest. Again, we changed the district that we had in 7.0 and prior was far more Democratic votes. This is increased the Republican votes. And to be honest, this was a Republican map that was put forth. And so it's going to have that stronger, the 8.0, 9.1, 9.2, stronger with that. I would love to find a compromise. I feel we sort of did that by dropping the percentages to make this as competitive a district as possible, which would give the Republicans in that area an opportunity to elect somebody who represents them. I wish I had a way to say, here's the other thing to do. I just don't, off the top of my head, I don't think I can make that recommendation.
Okay, I think we've had a robust discussion. We've shared our thoughts, and we'll entertain a motion again, if somebody would like to entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I once again would like to propose that we adopt map 9.2 as our new base map, and I think that will be the most productive way that we can move forward. And it really is incompatible. You're either going to have Casas Adobes with Moreno Valley or the Tango Verde Valley, and there's no compromise that can be made there. It's one or the other. But if we start with the base map with Tango Verde, with the whole suburban ring connected, I think it is a far better map for Southern Arizona, and we can work to make it more competitive. So that's my motion.
This is Commissioner York. I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Watchman.
No.
Commissioner Meal.
Yes.
Commissioner Lerner.
No.
Commissioner York.
Yes.
Commissioner Newberg is a yes. We will start with 9.2 with the effort to mitigate the concerns from my Democratic commissioners to work towards trying to moderate the district to the extent that we can, ensuring that we don't marginalize right-of-center people from trying to elect a candidate of their choice in that district. We can now begin, giving feedback to mapping if you'd like to try to make some suggestions to alter the areas that you're struggling with.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask all commissioners, do we want to adopt this map as a draft map and work on this cooperatively over the next month as we get more public feedback and allow the public really to weigh in on this? Or would you like us to actually make specific changes today where we, in my mind, can't be quite as thoughtful about it? So that's a question for everybody.
I'm not ready to adopt the map at this time. But, by the end of the day, I'd like to think more about it now that we're looking at 9.2. To be quite honest, I'd like to have some time to be more thoughtful about it, if that's okay.
And I'd like to give, all commissioners time to look at it and see if there are ways to mitigate concerns. And as I alluded to on Tuesday, and I want to make it very clear again, whatever draft map we ultimately approve, it is just that, a draft. It's a vehicle for us to be able to put out a thoughtful assortment of districts to elicit the exact type of public feedback we need in order to even improve it. Many of these decisions we're making today are unknowns. I may vote this way today as it relates to District 17. I may be convinced otherwise when I'm out in the community again listening to testimony. So I think let's not get too rigid with specific districts, understanding that it really can shift, and that we have the ability to approve maps with caveats, with a recognition of what areas we would like to work on and see changed over time. So but we could start now and see how far we can get in one day if there are small modifications to 9.2 that could, again, mitigate your concerns in that Tucson area. I'm not as concerned about when you talk about the mountain range and compactness. If the communities of interest all make sense and they're all, surround a mountain range, I don't think that in and of itself precludes an area from being considered, compact and together.
One simple thing to do, and it would not be a final fix, it would not be, ultimately there'll be additional changes made in a final mapping period, but one simple thing that we could look at would be, right now, District 17 is a little over 7,000 people underpopulated, District 18 is a little over 5,000 overpopulated. You could take that very northern tip of 18 and take 5, 6, 7, 8,000 people and move them into 17. And I believe it won't dramatically change the competitiveness, but it would move it down by some amount, I think.
And I guess we would have to take a look at that. I mean, unless it makes it truly competitive within our range, just making something going from 9 to 8 points doesn't make it competitive. That's why we defined, for the purposes of our policy and map making, that's why we defined what would be competitive. So I appreciate that, Commissioner Meal, that thought. I think that's something we should just maybe take a closer look at. As we can take a look at that, but if it makes a significant difference and we're getting back into
But it doesn't seem to bother you that District 18 is plus 17 Democrat, District 20 is plus 50 Democrat, District 21 is plus 33 Democrat. Those aren't bothering you so much.
No, you know what? They also bother me in District 30, which is 48% Republican, and District 28, which is 30% Republican. We have the same issues all across the state, where we have very significant differences. So yeah, I would love to see us at a 50-50 as much as we can in every district if we can, or within our, I believe, within our low range as much as possible. So it goes both ways, right? We have plenty of districts, and if we go up into Maricopa County, we have a number of them as well. We go into the rural areas where we have those large gaps. So what I'm saying, what bothers me about District 17 is not only the competitiveness, that what we've done is taken it out of a competitive range when we actually could have had a district that was competitive, and we could have even made a district that leans Republican but is competitive, and we've taken it out of that range, which is not really what we're striving for, right? We all want to have everybody have those opportunities. So that's where, so do those extremes bother me? Sure, they bother me all across the state. So it's not just the Tucson area that we should be looking at that point. We should probably be looking at a number of districts that we have with this map, 9.2. What can we do to make District 7 more competitive, for example, which is now all the way down into this area, right? Or District 16, all of these, I guess. I don't want to go into a list, but it's not just the one place, Commissioner Meal, that I'm talking about. The reason District 17 struck me as it did is because we have a way to make it in a way that I feel is compact, contiguous, recognizes communities of interest who have acknowledged each other, And I feel we could adjust things, lines here and there. We've adjusted it already from the previous iteration at 7.0, as I mentioned, which was a 54% to 46% Democrat to Republican, to a 50-50. So I feel that we did a big compromise to try to make it so that there would be representation. People would have a voice in that area while still creating that contiguous district. So I have the same feelings. I would like to see as many closer as possible.
Maybe. I'm not so sure that that district 17 would is that what we're talking about, would perform, meaning to represent, right of center people. I think particularly over time, I'm concerned that the broader Tucson area, those right of center will be marginalized.
So, and I acknowledge.
Well, but also I'd like to add to that. We as we set on this commission to sort of first lead with like-mindedness and try to get people together that belong together. And so you're going to have counties and extremes wherever you go in the United States, but also especially in Arizona. Mojave County is going to perform differently than Pima County. Maricopa County is going to perform differently than Cochise. It's just the way that people congregate and move and become parts of communities that they enjoy. And I think our job is to make sure that we take those communities into account, as well as deal with where I believe in the current District 18 we're talking about, that community, which includes the foothills, which includes north part of campus, and some of the things that in how I like to see as part of Tucson together. And I believe Casa Dobles is actually, as from a population standpoint, probably fits more with Marana. So that's how I feel about it. And we're going to have our extremes. We all know that. And so to try to balance those out in a way that makes competitiveness work, I don't see as a real end result for our commission.
So I'm unclear, Commissioner York, did you mean that Casas Adobes should be in that area? Because right now they're in LD 18.
Casas Dobles is in.
It's split actually to some extent, but it's in 18.
It's the northern part is up with the Marana, and I guess when I think about it, as I move across Orangethorpe and that stuff, that seems to me to fit north.
Right. So yeah, I'm just as a point, because this particular one splits communities, has more splits than the other one. But I know that we've already 9.2 has been approved. Hopefully, we can find a way to provide balance. But I guess from my perspective, if we're talking about right of center voters in the Tucson area being heard, then I think we need to have those same conversations about left of center voters as well, who are not always well represented in certain parts of our state, and see what we can do to accomplish that in the same way.
Absolutely. That's all about protecting communities of interest and ensuring as few communities of interest are marginalized. That's consistent with the entire goal of redistricting, maximizing representation for as many communities of interest.
I couldn't tell if mapping was playing with some numbers over there or not.
You had mentioned the northern part of D18, and just out of curiosity, I wanted to see how much of this area was about roughly 5,000 people, and it would come down to West Overton Road. If everything north in D18 went into D17, it would bring the, here, I can just do it. And what's on screen are the new numbers. So total now about 500 people under in District 18 from the target, 1,800 under, and then the competitiveness metrics are right there.
Yeah, it's not any better.
What happened on the competitive?
Yeah, that actually changes it even further right. So,
I guess that wasn't a good suggestion then.
Okay, if you don't mind, let's take a 10-minute pause. Maybe Mapping can take a look at the map and see if you can come up with any great ideas. And the rest of us can take a break. 10 minutes. We can get started again, back to our public hearing. We are on agenda item number 6, draft map decision discussion. We are discussing legislative districts. I believe we are on 9.2, which was the approved newest iteration. And we have the ability to make some modifications on this map. If commissioners would like to give mapping some direction, you may have a little bit of data to share with us first.
Yes, we do. So during the last break, I put this thematic overlay onto the map. And what this is showing is looking at the number of Democratic votes symbolized as the percentage on a red to blue scale. So it matches up. If it's red, it's more Republican leaning, blue, more Democrat leaning. And so, I mean, ideally, if the entire state was purple, that'd be 50% competitive. So the task at hand was to look at District 18 and 17 and see where the population could potentially be balanced. So I'll zoom into that area. And looking at the Democrat-leaning census blocks of District 18, here you can see that they're in the central portion. So if we were to look at that northern edge of the northern piece of District 18, or even some of the other sections, it's more in the purple. So it wouldn't bring the spread closer to competitive. So with this, it does give it an odd shape if we targeted the more bluer census blocks. And you can see I used the proposed two-stage selection, and here's the change if this were to be committed. So everything that's in this dark blue outline would essentially move to D17, and that's right now roughly 9,600 people with a competitive spread of 8.12, dropping it from 9.8, I believe. 9.9.
So what you're seeing here is, what we're showing is essentially the most we could do within the number of people that we can move and just balancing the two districts. Obviously, you know, we're not looking at compactness, we're not looking at communities of interest when showing you this. We're just saying what's the biggest increase in competitiveness we could get, and that's moving it from 9.9 to 8.1 with the impact of almost splitting District 18 in half. What that means is that we can get to 8.1 with this maximum approach. If we took a more compact version, we would end up somewhere between 8.1 and 9.9, depending on how far we went. So we could get a couple tenths of a point or get it down, you know, maybe to 8.9 with something that wasn't so extreme looking, but that's as far as we can get within the numbers that are available from population balancing.
Given that this is just a draft map, it doesn't, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense to invest too much time into something that's not going to substantively change the overall conception of the map. I don't think that's going to solve Commissioner Lerner's concerns.
Thank you for checking into that. Since there's nothing that's going to resolve that particular one, can we look at one other shift in thinking that doesn't relate to 17 and 18? Mm-hmm. So if you recall in map 4.0, which is the one I think I was just, right, 4.0 is one I think I had just asked about recently. If we're talking about communities that aren't, and we're concerned about representation, we had a map, and I know it had an odd shape, but it basically addressed the representation of communities that often would not be represented, and that is down at District 21 and 19. This doesn't really significantly, we're not talking about major changes necessarily in Republican and Democratic votes. That's not what we're looking at here. we're looking at communities of interest. And the Latino Coalition had proposed a map that had basically this arm that extended along the border, recognizing the fact that Douglas and Bisbee, with their populations, were more aligned with District 21 than District 19. The communities that are there are more aligned. There's a connection in terms of communities of interest that are there. And I'm proposing that in recognition of those communities of interest, we go back to taking a look at combining those as they had been initially. Those were border communities that have high Latino populations. Placing them in District 19 as it's currently configured would disenfranchise them from that. They would not have a voice. So it would provide them with that opportunity of common interests. It was part of the coalition's initial map that they put together because of those connections for that. So it would basically prevent their disenfranchisement. And then the adjustments could probably be made for Cochise County for the District 19 that could pick up some things for the population balance. I don't have those specific, but we could probably figure that out on how we would balance that. But we've been talking about disenfranchisement of groups, and I see this as a way to provide those people with a voice that if they're in District 19, they would not have.
I don't.
Just roughly, is there, I mean, District 21 is already long, 9,000 people.
We're checking that right now.
Yeah. I don't know the exact population of that, but it goes back to just what we've been talking about.
District 21 is currently 10,000 over in 9.2.
Correct. What's the population if we add the suggestion to 9.2? Because 19 is currently short.
Yeah, system's giving us a little trouble, but it may be around 20,000.
So that means it's going to be long 30.
Could District 19 pick up, I'm just looking back in here,
But 19, problem is 19 is already short.
District 19 potentially could pick up Vale as part of the population? I'm just kind of scrolling through.
It could go up into 7. I don't know.
Well, we need to keep it kind of internally contained. Otherwise, we're going to end up back in Coolidge trying to draw things up. But 19 could, either 17 or 19 could go, as you're saying, 19 could go into 17 and then 17 go into the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base area again. Or 19 could go straight into Davis-Monthan Air Force Base area to balance it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, here you go.
Of those two, it'd be better to have 19 go back up into Davis-Monthan if that's what's needed. And then there's enough population there that you can make it be whatever you need it to be. So.
Well, as long as it's, it depends on the communities that it's picking up that's around there. There are some communities in there, communities of interest around Davis-Monthan that we may not want to move out of there. But where is District 17 in terms of, I'm trying to see, population right now?
sorry.
District 17 is a little low, right?
So we have a more refined number here. Oh, yeah, that's okay. The piece past Sierra Vista is 27,000 people. So,
This is the original map that the coalition put together.
yes.
Right?
Yes.
So I think what's happened is that since they put that in there, things have been modified a little bit here and there, right? So that's why it's now maybe out of balance in terms of population.
Yeah, a lot's changed. Obviously, Santa Cruz County is divided, being the big one. So the part from the neck south of Sierra Vista to the east, that's going to be 27,000 people, and then there's going to be more on the other side that would need to be balanced. Oh yeah. Oh good. Yeah. So Mark's just saying that it's the whole Cochise County piece is 27,618. And then there's, I think that eastern Santa Cruz is pretty sparsely populated. So we're somewhere around 29,000 people.
So if we took, so 21 would be overpopulated by how much? By adding that in?
21 is currently over by am I in the right map? By 10,000, am I getting that right? Yeah.
So 30.
By 10,000, so it would be up over by 30,000, almost 40,000. Oh, 37,000. So we have to pick up 37,000 people somewhere out of 21 and into either directly into 19 or into some combination of 18, 17, and 19.
Well, and that's what I would be suggesting, would be taking a look at 17, 18, and 19 to see what we could do to balance that. As part of it, I'm basically trying to address the fact that we removed that, but those are really strong communities of interest, and they will not have a voice in the current District 19 as part of it. So if we can find a way to balance that, I know that there's an interest in keeping Tanque Verde in District 17, but if we shifted that a little bit, I don't have really complete specific ideas on how I mean moving things over a little bit as part of it. I guess maybe I'd like to see if you could come up with an iteration as part of that. We could potentially move some things from 21 into 20. Wait, where's 23? How's their numbers? They're down a little bit, but not a lot, right? I'm trying to look at the districts that are a little low.
Short 2,500.
Yeah, doesn't take care of 21,000. But you know, there may be some ways to move some things around, and I guess I would like the feedback on whether or not a move like this is possible from the other commissioners in terms of addressing these communities of interest, because that's part of what we're looking at here is making sure that those communities which are in the current iteration would really feel somewhat isolated, because that district is currently District 19 is a 19% spread. So if we can get them to where they have a voice, which was what was the intent of the coalition, that's what I'm asking for here.
I appreciate the voice. One of our guidelines is compactness, and that doesn't strike me as a compact district, but the only thoughts I've had, Commissioner Lerner, around this is that maybe there's some thoughts when we go out to the community after we accept draft maps that can help us with this, because 37,000 population swing in southern Arizona is going to be a lot of movement, and which would make it difficult to maybe, right now 21 performs, I believe, as a minority majority, and so I'd argue to sort of leave it as is and then go to market and see if there's any other thoughts in the communities.
I think in the, in the final draft map stage, looking at that and moving 19 up into the Davis-Montham area is something that I'm certainly willing to look at. But I wouldn't want to, I won't change my mind that the Tanque Verde area belongs with 17, but having 19 go up into the Davis-Montham area in order to accomplish what you're trying to do is something that I would certainly, I think we would all be willing to take a look at. But it's going to be complicated to try to figure that out correctly today, and I'd rather get some testimony before we tried to make that change.
Let's ask mapping first, though, before we draw that conclusion. The changes that Commissioner Lerner, she's getting at, is this something that's doable within a shorter period of time, or do you need like a day?
Yeah, if it's a straight trade between the two districts of Davis-Motham for Douglas Tombstone, that's definitely faster than working it through 2 or 3 other districts.
Let me ask Commissioner Lerner how important some of these changes are to you, and given time constraints, are there a few, priority issues you'd like to see if we can get in before we do an ultimate vote today?
To me, this is speaking to the same issues we just spoke about. And so it's important to me to address that. And it's an important change as far as I'm concerned. When we speak about compactness that we just heard as a point, I will still say that I know we voted on it. I'm not going back to it other than to say I feel the previous iteration of District 17 was more compact. So I don't want to use that in this particular case. I recognize here what we're doing is linking communities of interest that I think are very important. And we're separated out early on. We're looking at a few communities in that area that are very aligned. If there's a way for mapping to play around a little bit with this afternoon, I would appreciate that while we're talking about the congressional. I do not want to wait and see whether we negotiate this later by approving 9.2 without making every effort to see if we can do this for District 21. I think there's a few things that can be done. I know this is where the compromises try to come in, and I'm all for that. But we already know now that there's a line being drawn about Tanque Verde not being out of District 17, which could actually be a way to modify this. Perhaps something in District 23 could be adjusted as well. There's border areas moving, as I mentioned, maybe Vale over into that area. There might be some areas. We are only talking about, we don't need to go all the way up to Tombstone, so it doesn't need to be that far up. So that might help in terms of population. We were looking really more down towards the border over to Douglas. Let me just keep scrolling here. And Bisbee, we weren't going as far north as, Tombstone. So if that might help a little bit with population. If we went back to the original map that they presented, did that include Tombstone? Because I didn't think it did.
No, it did not. It just fell a little north of the district.
Okay. So I would appreciate it if we could sort of see what you all could propose before we do a final vote.
So I think we could do it. I think it would take probably 2 hours or less to get done. To add that tail down there that has Bisbee and everything, the idea would be then to take the population gain that 21 is going to get and take it away in the Davis-Motham Air Force Base area and add that to 19 to do population balancing. That would be the most straightforward way of changing population between those two districts. The second question that I would ask for some clarification on is in the 4.0 map, you can see that all Santa Cruz County is whole in one piece. And in the 9.2, Santa Cruz County is divided. So the question that I would like some clarification on, are you thinking of also adding all of Santa Cruz County, or are you thinking about having a small narrow spot along the border to get to that other piece in Bisbee and Douglas?
I would encourage you to do a narrow across the bottom because the eastern Santa Cruz really wants to be part of Cochise.
I'm not so sure about that. Santa Cruz, I mean, do we need to be splitting Santa Cruz? I think that there was a reason that the coalition proposed all of Santa Cruz in there.
Well, there's some mountains along the southern border there and a valley along down 19, Highway 19, and then there's another mountain range. Sierra Vista sits in a little pocket, which kind of goes over there to the Santa Cruz area. So I would argue that the natural divide is that mountain range to the north and to the south. So I still think that a finger along the bottom works better. And that's just how I see that geography fall. You get the Patagonia wine area, which seems to me resonates more with that northern Cochise area.
So again, I'm going to go a little bit with irony here because that's exactly what I was talking about with 17, right? That we were talking about the Catalina Mountains as being a divide similar to what we see in Phoenix with South Mountains and similar here. So I feel like I would love to be consistent with our deliberations in terms of that and as consistent as we can be. I realize we sometimes have to make adjustments. But if we are looking at a mountain range there that's dividing it, that was exactly my point, one of my points about District 17 and 18 and what was happening with that was the mountain range. And yet that we approved to go around it. So the original coalition map, maybe not messing with the northern part, but if you took a look at the original coalition map for these districts, these other districts, could you see how that could be balanced, knowing that even though I would like to see 17 adjusted, we have, I think, said that at least for now, we're keeping it as it is in 9.2, but there may be room for adjustments based on what the coalition submitted in 20, 21, 18, and 23 to make some adjustments. 23 in particular might have some opportunity, but I want to be consistent here. If we're going to say there's a mountain range, then let's go back and rehash what we did before, which I don't think we want to do. So my preference would be to take a look at what they produced and hope that we can find that balance of population to the extent that we can, and ask mapping to work on that.
The challenge is the northern piece of 4.0 with 17 and 18 and 20 and 23 is completely different from what we're looking at now. So 21 has both the Douglas and Bisbee area and the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, and actually Green Valley and all that. You can see on the left there. In 21, and Tanque Verde is actually in 19 in this map. So I think the Douglas Bisbee piece we can integrate in this map. The challenge is where do we balance it, and you know, within the larger structure of the map. The obvious one is Davis-Monthan, or as you mentioned, 19 could go into Vail and East Tucson, and then push through there, and then something else, and 18 would pick up Davis-Monthan or something like that, or 19 could pick up Davis-Monthan.
So 19 could pick, I'm just like pulling up, which one is, so the left is the one that we're looking at, that modification.
On the screen there, the left side is
Yeah.
4.0 and the right side is 9.2.
Right. So if you picked up Davis-Monthan into 19? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, and Davis-Monthan and, however many of the neighborhoods right around it, we need to get to the number. There are a lot of people in there.
And where is 17 in terms of population right now?
17 and 9.2 is currently, 79, 31 under. So 7,931 people under the target.
Okay. So we could move, so that needs to get some population from somewhere as well, right? And that was going to be the case either way. It's kind of hard to do this on the fly. I think moving Vale, as I think I mentioned, I'm trying to find it again. Looking at Davis-Monthan and taking a look at what you could produce would be helpful from my perspective. You'd have to pick up something if you take Vale out of D17 into D19. But there's probably some flexibility in that.
We have significant input from Vail that they would prefer to be part of the Tanque Verde Valley and not Cochise.
So Commissioner Meal, I respect that, but I am trying to address communities of interest as well and find that population. And at this point, it seems like there's no flexibility on District 17 on the way it's now been drawn. And I'm trying to be as flexible as possible by bringing up certain areas. We heard considerable amount from Casas Adobes wanting to be with Oro Valley, but we have chosen to not address that. We've chosen to ignore that. So somewhere we have to make a compromise on communities. And from my perspective, Casas Adobes and Oro Valley were a natural fit. They are now in a different district. So I'm trying to find some compromise here. And if every suggestion is going to be, we can't do that, then I don't see where we can move forward.
I have a question. Are we moving forward towards compromise?
That's my goal. But, if I make a suggestion.
And so if the commission continues to deliberate and make fine-tune adjustments with the reality of this map 9.2, with these small adjustments, do you think you can find yourself by the end of the day supporting this map?
That's my goal.
Okay. And I am supportive of trying to get to this goal. And I would like my commissioners to really work hard together for us to get to this goal. It's not going to be a perfect draft map. Not everything's going to make sense. We can fix things, but there's a higher value in the five of us being able to agree on a draft so that when we go out in the public and ask in good faith that they understand this is a draft and we're using it as a means to gather feedback, that we have credibility. And that we ask everybody to be open-minded because all of these things may well change. Personally, I'm not sold on much of anything yet. I can be convinced to go many different ways. The goal, though, is not to come up with the most perfect map today. The goal is to come up with a reasonable map that is the best that we were able to do the first time around when we didn't really understand as much as we do now the process, and to give us a chance to then go for another month, learn, and come back in good faith and start all over with big changes if you want. But my goal today, my deepest goal, if it's possible, is to find compromise between my two colleagues on the right, my two colleagues on the left. I am putting some of my desires aside for the sake of compromise. That's my goal today. So, Commissioner Lerner, if you can provide a few, guiding directions that mapping can try to incorporate, it moves it in a better direction, maybe not a perfect direction. I hope maybe we can come and rally around that.
this instead. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairwoman. And that my goal is, because this was not a map that I am supportive of, I'm trying to find this compromise where I can support it. So I think going back to that arm that we're talking about, I would love to see some flexibility on what can be moved around. I know I have a suggestion that I know will probably not be welcome, but one population shift, and I really do think mapping can kind of take a look at some of this as well, and maybe if I throw out some ideas, maybe what you could do would be to run a few and see what might work as part of that. For a population piece, if we took, and this, I'm trying to get close here. If we took East Tucson, and let me finish before anybody objects this line of thought, okay? If we moved Casas Adobes back up into 17, and with Oro Valley, and moved Tanque Verde and East Tucson together into 18 as part of that shift, it would still have a strong, the competitiveness would still be in our large range. I think it would be closer to 6, it's now at 10, almost 10, but it would still be a very strong district in the way that it is leaning at this point. So the other alternative would be to take Casas Adobes, and if Tanque Verde needs to stay where it is, take Tanque Verde and swap it with the foothills, Catalina foothills in some way, do some adjustments in those areas. I think that will still keep what some of the intention of Commissioner Meal's desire for this district to be. It keeps communities who are neighboring communities together. It would unite, and it would not significantly shift in some of the things that we have talked about in those areas, but it would help us make District 21 balance the population there a little bit as part of it, and prevent the disenfranchisement of some of those communities, as we've been talking about.
Of these ideas, Commissioner Meal, are there some that, cross a red line, or are you comfortable with, moving forward? Do you find that you might be able to seek compromise with the vision Lerner is presenting?
Frankly, I'm confused what she's presenting. I thought we were dealing with Douglas and trying to move it into 21 and 19 up into Davis-Montham, and there was a disagreement on including Vail or not including Vail into 19, and even though I don't like it, I certainly would consider that. But when you leap back into Casas Adobes and moving Tanque Verde out, now we're trying to go back to 9.0, and that I do not understand going backwards there.
It was for population, not for anything else at this point. I was just looking at population, so I was throwing out those ideas for mapping, really, to see where they could balance the population. I'm not trying to go back.
If you take Vail out of 17, 18's overpopulated. That same area we looked at in the north part of 18 that pops up into our valley, you could get population there to balance taking Vail out, and I would be okay with that.
So
I don't like it, but I would be okay with it.
Okay, so let's give that a shot. I mean, I don't know if this is so confusing to you now that, but I would appreciate it if you can come back with a couple of different ideas, knowing that our goal is to align those communities, and I'm open to different avenues to get there. I do think that Santa Cruz County needs to be whole, and I would like to see that piece, that map, District 21, with Santa Cruz County whole, going across the bottom. And then I'm open to the Davis-Monthan idea, to Vail. I'm open to some ideas that you might have on the population balancing piece.
Commissioner Lurie, you mentioned, your second option you mentioned earlier mentioned something about the foothills, and we didn't catch that.
Well, it was actually part of the whole picture of trying to move some population from District 17 into 19 and 18, basically trying to get the population all aligned. So I was trying to see if we could move some shifting of Catalina foothills and Casas Adobes, Tanca Verde, all of that together, because I feel that that would be a way to make some moves for the population. But I'm not sure that that's going to work because Commissioner Meal is not going to want to revisit that at this time.
Okay, so the direction, if I'm understanding correctly, is to look at kind of taking the Vale, the kind of southern piece of District 17 into 19 to balance out from the change in Douglas and Bisbee. And then 17 would be short. So 17 could pick up a bit from that north part of Casas Adobes that was discussed above Overton, I think was the street. And otherwise, and then D17 could make up anything else needed by going into Davis-Motham area. And then D18 could no, under there's two things. On the first one, 19 goes into 17, I think, and then 17 goes into Casas Adobes and Davis-Motham. And 18 would have to push a little bit into the top part of 21 to balance out the Casas Adobes. And then the second option would be don't involve 17, 18, just 19 into Davis-Motham directly. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I'd like to see a couple of options if you can, because I don't know exactly what's going to work out best. So
okay.
You have two options that you just presented. They're much better than I.
Okay.
So if you can produce both of those, I would appreciate it so we can take a closer look at that and see how that works.
I think that sounds like a plan. It sounds like we'll have the opportunity to compare 9.2 against a couple of different visions from Commissioner Lerner, and either have the opportunity to vote on one of those maps, or if it's super simple, combine a couple of ideas and reach some kind of consensus or resolution next review. And anything else on the LDs before we switch to the CD?
Were we going to look at Maricopa County or not?
Well, I'm just mindful of time.
Yeah.
I don't know if there are firm drop-dead deadlines with any commissioners. I mean, I'm planning to be here until we get votes. So, okay. So what is it that you're asking for, Commissioner Lerner?
Well, I was
You
just
want to
wondering-
look into Maricopa County?
Just,
I just want to be sensitive that we're giving mapping the right amount of work such that they're capable of delivering maps to us in a timely way.
right, of course. Let me just take if I can just take a moment to take a quick look and see if it's worth taking the time.
And again, I want to say, you know, I'm making mental notes of areas of the map that I don't like, that I don't think work, and I'm putting them in a notebook for the next time around, because it's just, you know, we're not going to be able to fix all of these things, but I encourage my colleagues to do as well. Just make mental notes of, you know what, at the end map, I can't go with that, and write it down.
So I had one area between, but it may be a lot to do in this, and this is something I talked about before. So I'm going to see if it takes too long for mapping, we may have to hold it, but I'm going to make the suggestion and see if that works, because this is one I raised earlier, and we never got to it as part of it, and this would be the only other thing I would suggest today as a final note. So we had talked at one point, if you recall, about District 2 and moving it south to Northern Avenue and putting Sunny Slope with the district, just in terms of alignment with the district that is northwest of the Phoenix Mountain Preserve, just to align those. So District 2 would shift slightly south to Northern Avenue. That would take in that preserve. And we've actually gotten some things from that community asking for that. And then that could be balanced, that little shift that could be balanced by pushing District 1 a little bit east into Papago Park. I'm just pulling this down. And I think from a population standpoint, or from a District 8, could go all the way, well, not very far. District 8 already does. Where District 8 is going into District 4, it could go up to Indian Bend, just a little bit of a change. I'm just thinking population-wise, these are some changes. And District 4 to 16th Street. So just as those three, but the goal really was to, and this is what I had talked about, I think last week, this same change that we put aside at the time, is just moving District 2 south. You see where it kind of comes up like it does. And that helps put Sunny Slope with the district in that area. And then balancing that out between District 1, 8, and 4, balancing the population. So District 1 east to Papago Park, District 8 north to Indian Bend, and District 4 west to 16th Street. And that would be the only other thing I would suggest.
So,
Commissioner,
go ahead.
I was going to ask Commissioner York what your feedback was.
Well, I mean, that's pretty aggressive, but my feeling is that I would push District 4 north up to the canal. I would include the entire population, the entire boundaries of Paradise Valley, which Lincoln Road runs over to the bottom of the Phoenix Mountain Reserve. And then I would push District 4 over to the 101 loop, probably at Indian Bend. Or we could go as far south as Camelback.
I'm not sure what that does in terms of...
Well, it moves 8 into that, basically south of the canal up to Camelback. You could take District 1 over to the Papago Park, and part of that lower Arcadia, 32nd Street, 16th Street neighborhood south of the canal. The concern there is that there's just such a large population move. Because the other argument could be made that the Sunny Slope District needs to stay with Central Corridor, because that's the way those communities work as far as up and down the Central Avenue corridor. And so my argument for all of this is that there's this area in the middle of Maricopa County between District 11, 24, 1, 4, and 8 that needs to be jostled a little bit, and that maybe we should go out and ask the people in Maricopa County what their thoughts are regarding this map. Because I have a pretty strong belief that 4 needs to move north. Paradise Valley needs to be with McCormick Ranch and Scottsdale, North Scottsdale, up to the 101 on the north boundary, and that's more people to move around, and so I don't know how we could accomplish your goal of just moving Sunny Slope south, because I don't believe that maybe that neighborhood goes together with Papago Park. Now, I do think the Papago Park area does go well in District 8 as it currently is, and so my opinion, Commissioner Lerner, is that it would be better served if we went to market and found out where those streets should specifically be, as opposed to just sort of generalities.
We have some overpopulation in there. I was looking at this.
Yeah,
And that's
D1
part,
and D2 are overpopulated.
right, and so is District 11, and that's part of why moving south actually helps
But
that.
D8's overpopulated as well.
That's part of why I was recommending moving things south, is because of that. There's a big overpopulation in 11, over 9,700.
The D2's overpopulated as well.
Well,
So we
there's-
move D2 south, we pick up more population. We take it from D1, then we move D1 east and pick up more population, but, then, you know, so it is,
if a lot of these headed south, not in other directions, they would take care of some of the overpopulation that exists on a lot of these southern districts. 11, 24. I mean, some of there's overpopulation of 1,000 here and there, but the ones that I'm thinking of are much higher numbers than that. 11 has almost 10,000 people over, so you move things south a little bit into that, and that will help some of that population. 24, 26.
what's the
also
things? Move
overpopulated.
D1 into 11?
Well, some of it is moving D1, that's taking some of D1, and that's part of moving it east a little bit, as well as it'll go a little bit south. D8 goes to, like I mentioned, to Indian Bend. D4, I mean, when you kind of make all of those adjustments, it should help some of the overpopulation.
I don't think so. Because I would argue that you need to put the corner of D4 into D1 as well as part of D8.
D28 is underpopulated by quite a bit, so kind of that's something where if things shifted south a little bit with some of these, that might help.
But D29's overpopulated.
Right, D9 is,
So I was going to make that switch in D28 and D29 once we got a little farther along. We leave out of D29 currently the Westwood, no, that's not what it's called, parts of Sun City and parts of, there's another community on those.
on the west?
On the west side that needs to be included in 29. 29 is overpopulated currently right now. That's in D28. So there's just these little adjustments that I would agree with you need to be fine-tuned. But if you look at the middle of the map where D1, D4, D8, and D11 come together, that splits up 3 or 4 different neighborhoods. And if you remember the Latino Coalition map, D24 went across I-10 underneath D1, and D1 was moved north to incorporate more of the mountain reserve. And so there is some argument to maybe look at that as well. That's in map CD 4.0. But so I don't know how we.
There's a lot of other adjustments that can be made, and I was only doing this one. I certainly could go into a lot
If
more.
I remember correctly, when we moved the current map on the Sunny Slope District up, that was about 12,000 people, if I remember correctly.
Well, as part of this readjustment, I would like to see what happens with this, because I'm not trying to fix the entire map, because in Maricopa County, we have lots of things that need to be adjusted. So that's the kind of thing we can leave till later, because we do have a lot of population imbalance that we recognize. I'm focused on this one, which I started last week and then stopped, and part of it was we wanted to move forward in terms of time, so I'm revisiting it because this was something that I had requested previously, and I think this actually brings this community, again, it's this one area that we're talking about in terms of the community of interest. So by putting Sunny Slope, by moving it down in the way that I've described, I think that helps bring those folks together that are naturally aligned instead of this current boundary that we have. So that's why I'm requesting this one more change. And then the rest of it, we recognize that there are other issues. I'm totally with you, Commissioner York, on there's lots of places that we need to make adjustments, and those we might wait till later, and we can, as our chairwoman said, make a list that we can get back to. But if we can have them as they're working on the southern part of the map, try this one and see how that looks, I'd appreciate that.
I support that.
Okay, one more discussion point. I would argue that the mountain preserve that you're trying to incorporate into District 2, it would be better served if District 1 moved north up to Thunderbird and took in the rest of the mountain reserve as opposed to moving the mountain reserve south into the northern district. I still say D1 is more of a community interest with the central corridor, Brophy, Xavier, the downtown area, than the moving District 2 down to just across the mountain reserve.
And I guess I'll just say I don't agree with that.
You know what, given that Commissioner Lerner is desiring this iteration, and I think my colleagues on the left were a little more satisfied with 9.2, I'd like to be able to focus this on helping Commissioner Lerner be able to get to a map that maybe, she's a little more comfortable with, and then we'll compare them all and vote. But yes, if Commissioner York and Lerner, if you could join your minds and agree here and now, that's ideal. But if you can't agree, I'd like Commissioner Lerner to be able to have a map that she can see in a holistic way to give her an option.
And Chair Newberg, can I request clarification of the request here? In terms of where District 2 is coming south into District 1, is it across the whole top of District 1? From D4 over to
She's
where
requesting
D2 's
down to Northern, as Northern intersects with the Squaw Peak Parkway to move that up.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but the whole thing or just west of the preserve?
No, I'm basically saying to the northwest of, going down to Northern Avenue, so it puts Sunny Slope with the district to the northwest of the Phoenix Mountain Preserve.
But that's what I'm asking. So the preserve would move as well, or are you just moving the area west of 7th Avenue, or 7th Street, rather?
Oh, no, we can go all the way. I mean, the preserve, nobody's.
But there's a lot of people east of the preserve in the district.
That northern east
Either-
corner, I would
right.
put that in D4. Or you can put it in D2.
I'm just asking for the request from Commissioner Lerner, what she's asking us to draw.
This would go all across Northern.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I see. You're saying on the other side of the 51? Is that what you're talking about?
No,
Correct.
he's talking about just north of the mountains there.
No, I'm talking about all the way over to 51. That's so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the way to 51.
Okay, that's really good. Yeah.
So you're talking about here, all the way over, down to Northern, up, and then up to 51? That's what you're talking about, correct?
We could, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any population between 51 and the mountain preserves, right?
Yes, no, there's people.
Not a whole lot. There's a few. I'm just trying to locate.
Yeah, there's neighborhoods, I don't know if these names mean anything, but just looking on the map,
There's a few people.
Stony Mountain Villas and the Preserve neighborhoods.
There's Moon Valley somewhere.
Moon Valley's in a separate, it's up there somewhere. But I think that's further north.
Okay, we got
Yeah,
it.
Yep.
you've got it?
Yeah, I
Okay,
think we got it.
Thank
We
you.
just want to make sure we understood.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So at this point, what would you suggest mapping? You have quite a bit of work to do now on the legislative map. We do need to just be walked through the congressional iterations, and we'll likely go into executive session to discuss VRA compliance, polarization, and performance, and then vote on iterations.
So mapping sees we got two changes that are going to need to be separated in the south, two different versions, and one version in the north. We would need probably 30-minute break right now to get the team in the other rooms to work on these as we discuss the congressional. The question is, do I put both Phoenix changes in both southern versions? Yes, okay. Yeah, okay, then we have our marching orders and we need to get the team working. So we need about a 30-minute break to get them going.
Okay, so a 30-minute break for everybody, and then we'll come back and do congressional districts.
Correct.
Okay. Unless staff, there's anything you would like to do business-wise during this break? Otherwise, we could take a break. Okay, why don't we take a 30-minute break?
And during the break, all the congressional versions are available, so feel free to check them out. Everything's also on the hub, too.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are returning to public session. We are still on agenda item number 6, draft map decision discussion. We will return to now the congressional districts. And I'd like, as we did earlier, I suggest our mapping team walk us through the options. And then after that, we go into executive session to ask any remaining VRA compliance, polarization, performance issues of our council. And then we can come back and discuss the pros and cons of the various options and take a vote.
Okay. Well, like this morning, the last approved congressional map was 6.0. I'm going to pull up 6.0. So as Brian pulls up 6.0 here, 6.0 was built off of map 5.0. And the goal for 6.0 was to move the section of District 8 that is northeast of I-17 and the canal into District 1, which would be the red district. We did do that, and D8 would then move south into District 1, and that's really to balance for the population loss of D8. When we did that, one of the focuses of 6.0 was to see if we could get better competitive numbers in District 1 and District 8. So once we performed that shift, District 1's new competitive numbers was basically 49.18 on the Democratic side versus 50.82 on the Republican side for a spread of 1.64%. The old competitive numbers for District 1 was only 0.08 of 1% spread. But when we also made that shift, District 8, which used to be an 8.22% spread, actually got better and decreased, and now it was only a 6.3% spread once we made the shift. So basically, D1 for competitiveness went up a little bit, and D8 came down almost 2%. Pull up the demographics. The map is balanced, and all the population was unassigned. And we were able to fulfill all the requests for 6.0. On the screen here is the demographics, and looking on the competitiveness side, we have three districts that fall within our competitive range of under 7%. One of those 3 actually falls within our highly competitive range. And then we have District 2, which is 7.4, which is just outside of our competitive range of 4 to 7%. Doug, you want to talk about demographics for 6.0?
Sure. So in this one, we have obviously the Native American population is not going to be nearly as high in a congressional district. So we're at 20% Native American by CVAP or 18% by the non-Hispanic Native American single race voting age population. On the Latino side, we have District 3 at 54% of CVAP and District 7 at 47% of CVAP. And both of those perform. District 3 at 68 and 73% in the 2 elections we're tracking. And District 7 is at 53% in the governor's race and 60% in the attorney general's race. So both those are effective Latino seats. Should we jump to 7?
Jump to 7.0.
So as we mentioned this morning, when we did the polarized voting analysis just on CD3 as drawn, it turned out that by most measures and by 3 of the 4 things we were checking, it came out as not polarized. And so that raises various questions about the district's configuration, the percent over 50% that it is on the Latino side, and the high performance numbers. So one thought is to say, okay, can we shift this district around so it's on a bit of a stronger footing from a Voting Rights Act perspective? So go ahead and bring up 7.0. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. There we go. And zoom in on CD3. Yeah. So in this map, the generally speaking, the northern portion of District 3 is shifted to the west and extended north. So we do have the full change log, but we're really getting. Can you overlay the changes from the old version? The southern portion of District 3 is unchanged. So the freeway loop, Guadalupe, South Mountain, and on the west side. This will be easier. Yeah. So you can see when we get north of I-10, zoom way in on that north piece, right where it says Phoenix, yeah, north of freeway, and closer. There we go. So on the left-hand side, we're seeing District 3 in 6.0, and on the right-hand side is District 3 in 7.0. And so as you can see, the west end of the district, the southern side of the district, and the eastern end of the district are all the same. Where it changes is to the north, where we're getting the less Latino area and focusing on who else is in the district to bring it up to population numbers. So you can see the proposed change really in the central part, along there, along the 51st Avenue corridor. We stop the northern edge of District 3 at Camelback instead of continuing north all the way to northern. So that area between Camelback and northern goes into District 8, the pink district. That population loss is then shifted over to the west, where we come up, still have the portion of Glendale on the left-hand map, coming up in Peoria, and then really coming to that green width is really the width of Peoria. We can't highlight the cities in this map. There we go. Perfect. So we're shifting over, instead of taking kind of central Phoenix, and now we're taking Peoria, so we zoom in on that south piece there. I believe we come up to Camelback there. Can you zoom in right on the border? The border of district. Yeah. Zoom up to the top of District 3. Oh yeah, so right about Thunderbird. That's what it is. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner York. So yes, so we're taking Peoria, the south, essentially the southern chunk of Peoria, up to Thunderbird. There's a little bit of zigs and zags at the top edge there, which is simply population balancing, as we get that district very, very close to balanced. I believe, yeah, District 3 is drawn in this map is off by one person from perfect. So that's why those little jigs and jags are there. Now, we don't have a polarization report done. You know, we didn't have time to send this off to Dr. Hanley and have her run the precincts and all that. But by looking at the tracking of how the district performs, we can get a sense of the change. You know, the issue is really, are the folks who are in there with the district white Democrats who are voting with them, and thus the lack of polarization, or other voters who would not vote and who might vote in larger percentages for the non-Latino preferred candidate. And so when we look down at the tracking numbers for the governor's race and the attorney general's race, it's still performing. It's 63% in the governor's race and 69% in the attorney general's race, but we've dropped down 4 or 5%. in those numbers. And so if you remember from this morning, that spreadsheet, actually, Brian, do you still have that up? You can put that back up. The white percentages, or sorry, not white, the non-Hispanic voters percentages were just under and just over 50% for Garcia, at 54 and 60 for Contreras. So the thought is that this would bring it certainly closer to being a district that the polarization could justify, bring a Voting Rights Act justification for the configuration of the district. We won't know for sure until we can send it off for polarization analysis and get these numbers back. And I think this, if you scroll down to the next window, or to the next piece, yeah. There we go. So yes, as you can see, in the governor's race, we're at 51 and 54%. So dropping those down by 4% would put it into a polarized state. So again, it's using the data we have available, an attempt to draw a district that would be more defensible from a Voting Rights Act perspective, and happy to take any questions you may have.
And my observation is that it still remains an extremely strong community of interest with very like-minded people in a compact area. And so there, when I look at the district makes sense on many of the constitutional grounds.
You're exactly right. That was kind of the thinking of staying in Peoria instead of mixing, we didn't want to mix some of Sun City and some of Glendale and some of Peoria. This is a very clear community that we're keeping together, just moving from one district to another.
I have a question. This is Commissioner York. In the Latino Coalition, the original map included Glendale, and now we've taken downtown Glendale out of that map. And so I'm just curious why you decided to go up the 101 as opposed to up 17 and take part of District 1 and just kind of move up that central corridor up the east side of District 3 and push 8 a little bit to the west?
Very good question. It's really, the data I was looking at was trying to look at the Attorney General's race and the Governor's race and trying to get into the numbers range that we were trying to drop that percentage down. And by moving the northern portion farther west, that improved the numbers that I was looking at more than coming right up kind of the Ocotillo and Cactus districts of Glendale.
I just have a hard time believing that people in Peoria have something in common with the people in Guadalupe. What does it look like if you run it up 17 and push 1 a little bit east and taking that?
I don't have the specific numbers, but it would be less of a change, definitely less of a change. So it's certainly possible that when the polarization report comes back, if we've kind of, if this has gone much farther than we needed to go, then we could shift that neck eastward. It's just a matter of knowing how much flexibility. I'm actually concerned that we may not have gone far enough yet. It's a large concern. But we'll know a lot more once we have the time to run the.
But wasn't the original Latino Coalition suggestion off of Northern, Mark? 6.0. Yeah. So that's a big change to extremely polarize the map.
Well, I think this is trying to provide some balance, and you have other maps, right? So maybe we can go through all three and then kind of look at how they all.
Well, they're not very much different.
I know they're pretty similar, but
we can touch on that.
But this seems to be addressing the polarization piece, and also it takes an entire community.
Well, you could argue suggestion from the community as well as the community's interest could offset the polarization piece. So let's see the 7.1, 7.2, please.
To answer the question about Northern, yes, that's where the northern border stopped of the coalition map. Okay, do you want to bring up 7.1? So up on the screen is version 7.1. 7.1 was based off of test map version 7.0. And the main goal for 7.1 is to actually population balance 7.0 to plus or minus one person. So bring up 7.0. And we did not take any blocks or people from the District 3, which is on 7.0, and we did not take any blocks from any tribal reservations. We didn't cross county boundaries or city limits when possible. So those were sort of our goals to population balance this map to plus or minus one person. So to achieve this, District 9 was balanced out in the Yuma area. Though we did balance it out in the Yuma area, what's up? Okay. Zoom out.
You have to zoom way, and it's in the town along the freeway there. Yeah, on the east side of Welton. Yep, there you go.
There you go. So we grabbed a couple blocks out in the Welton area for District 9. Keep going around.
Yeah, what you're going to see is when we're doing this, it's one census block here, one census block there. No, there's none along that, I think.
District 7 then was balanced out in the Tucson area. So you can see right there, there's a small difference there. We grabbed a couple more there. District 2 was balanced in the area between Casa Grande, Coolidge, and Maricopa. But all the blocks that we did grab are outside the city limits. So you can see right there in the two corners. District 6 was then balanced within District 2. Scroll down. District 8 and District 1 were balanced inside the Glendale area. Zoom out a little bit. On the edge. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll to the East. So as you can see, these are all small little changes to balance. The most the map was out of balance, if I recall, there it is right in the corner, was maybe just under 1,000 people. So these are all small little quadrants that we were getting to plus or minus one person. District 2 and 5 were balanced out in the Santan Valley area. So you can see right up there. District 1 was balanced on the western border of Scottsdale. Yep, right there. So there's a couple pieces right there on that District 4, District 1 line. And then District 4 was also balanced down in the Chandler area. So with all these changes, we now have a map that is of equal population, and the districts are either +1, -1, or at 0. So they're all within 1% of each other. And that's what Brian has on the screen there of the plan summary. Talk about
This 7.1?
the 7.1.
Yeah, so this shows the details. You can see in District 3, for Hispanic citizen voting age population, we're still at 50%, slightly over 50%, but not as high. In 6.0, it had been at 54%. So we brought that number down a bit with the changes we made. District 7 is unchanged at 47%. On the VRA tracking, you can see, as a reminder, in 6.0, the Dem governor race was 68% for District 3. It's now 63.7, so it's dropped 4 points. And the Attorney General race in 6.0 was at 73%, and it's now at 69%, so it's dropped down 4%. For those with the sharp eye, the Dem Attorney General's race in District 7 has gone from 60.3 to 60.4, and that's we just tripped over the numbers. We made those little tiny 5 and 20 person changes for population balancing. Both maps, well, I guess all 3 maps, 6.0, 7.1, and 7.2, all have 4 competitive districts and a 5th district that's just outside the range at 7.6%. It varies, 7.4 or 7.6%. So we got 4 in our range and a 5th just on the edge there, while bringing those numbers down in District 3 to what we believe is a more legally defensible position. Any questions?
Before we go into having the commissioners talk about, the pros and cons and what they're liking and not liking, when mapping is done, I'm going to suggest that we go into e-session to seek legal guidance as it relates to VRA compliance, polarization, and performance.
We still have 7.2 to talk about. Am I right?
Yeah. Do you want to go through it? Yeah, it's the same tiny little changes made to 6.0 instead of 7.2. Do you want to
Yeah, we can go
walk through it? Okay.
I don't know if you had to walk through them so much as maybe go through the spreadsheet.
Sure.
Yeah, on the spreadsheet, the little tiny changes took District 3 from 50, again, it just tripped in the decimals. District 3 goes from 54% Latino citizen voting age population to 53%, but literally that's just in the tiny changes, tripping it over a rounding number there. Everything else, believe is unchanged. Yeah, there's a 0.1% change in the competitive level of District 4. And same thing in District 6, but it's just 0.1% in each of those points. A single 0.1%. In 6.0, the spread is 6.3. Oh, yeah, no, it's 7.2. The numbering is a lot. It came straight from 6.0.
Yeah, so the goal was to basically population balance down to plus or minus one person from 6.0 in 7.2.
Essentially what we're leaving with it is two choices. You have the 6.0 map that's now been population balanced down to one person, and the new 7.1 map that is population balanced down to one person. So we wanted to be sure to remove the population balance from a concern that was a deciding factor.
So, and I know you may have just, I guess I'm trying to understand why you did 7.2 if 7.1 and 7.2 seem so similar. Was it just a few places that you just decided that you would kind of reconfigure it a couple places?
So 7.2 is actually the old version of CD3. So you want to bring it up?
Got it, right.
Yeah. So we're giving you the old version of CD3 and the new version of CD3, both population balanced.
7.1 and 7.2 are the two balanced plans.
Exactly.
Correct. And 7.1 is the new configuration of CD3, and 7.2 is the old configuration from 6.0.
Before we again deliberate, I suggest we go into executive session just to check in with legal counsel regarding VRA compliance. But are there any other questions to understand the maps and the demographics? Okay. If not, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for the purpose of obtaining legal advice with respect to VRA compliance, polarization, and performance. I will entertain a motion, and that's pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3. I will entertain a motion.
I motion to go in executive session, Commissioner York.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds.
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we'll go into executive session. I do not expect this executive session to last as long as the previous ones. We're live? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We are still on agenda item number 6. We just returned from executive session where we sought legal counsel as it relates to VRA compliance, polarization, and performance as it relates to the congressional map. With that, we can begin conversation on the congressional options. We have 7.0, 7.1, and 7.2. I believe 7.1 and 7.2 are the balanced versions. The major change or difference between them being CD3, the boundaries.
So if I'm correct, 7.1 has got the new boundaries for District 3 and is balanced population, correct? Correct.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to say that I think that this map does a lot of things to not only balance the population, but it addresses some of the concerns from on the Latino Coalition. It does some good things in terms of competitiveness. There's still plenty of room for adjustments and changes, I think. But I would go ahead and make a motion, if that's okay, Chairwoman, to approve Congressional Map 7.1.
Before we entertain a motion, I just want to make sure that my colleagues don't have another map that they would like to talk about in terms of pros and cons. So before we vote, I do like to have a sense of, other feelings about other maps.
This is Commissioner York. The changes to the maps you see take into account some other requirements from the Voters' Rights Act. We do recognize that the Latino Coalition actually proposed a map that went up to Northern and across to the 51. We feel that given the requirements in our Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, that the map 7.1 is more amiable to what we will have to do. And so I just want to go on the record to make sure that they understand the changes that we made.
I'd like to go on the record that I really don't like the change that's being made to District 3. And I really would not like to see that change. On the other hand, I think we're close enough on this map that if Commissioner Lerner is proposing that map, and are we proposing it as a final draft map, if that's the motion, I do think that we're better served to move on and get everything out to the public. So notwithstanding that, I really fairly strongly disagree with that change and with some of the other things in the map. We will vote yes just to move this along. And by I will vote yes.
So is there a motion on the table?
I'm supportive of this District 3. I think it improves, again, the VRA compliance. It's a natural community of interest. It's reasonably, compact, contiguous. I think it helps, again, as Commissioner Lerner said, with issues of competitiveness, and it's a good start. And I hear that like many of the districts, my fellow commissioners are not going to like aspects of them, and but we're not going to be able to like all aspects, and hopefully we can agree on something and then in good faith learn and fix the things that we're really struggling with. But that's my opinion. I'm comfortable with 7.1. And there's another change that I eventually would like to make, even though I'm comfortable approving a draft map now without the change. I found the letter from Mayor Romero from Tucson compelling in terms of the argument about moving U of A and some of those other communities of interest that's right affiliated with that area, that probably makes sense to go back. I'm looking at the district number. into 7, I believe. But I'm happy, again, along with Commissioner Meal's line of thinking, I'm okay approving things that fundamentally I'm not happy about, with the understanding that the map's not perfect and we're going to have ample time to shuffle things up and make things even better than they are. So if there's no other discussion, Watchman, if you'd like to add.
I do, and thank you, Madam Chair. It is going to be a compromise if we do vote on version 7.1. And in the last couple of days, we're certainly getting a lot of comments from the public, which I appreciate. And so there's not enough time to glean through all that and seriously consider. So as we're talking about here, moving on 7.1 will allow us to have a final draft map that we can then garner feedback from the community. I haven't heard, and I said this before, from all the tribes. We've heard from a few, there's 22, so I'm looking forward to the other tribes and their concerns, if they have any, or support for the map, so I'm looking forward to that. And so I continue to urge the public to submit their comments, and if they can, put it into maps as well. That's easier to decipher than, some that's written in a memo. So with that, I do support version 7.1.
And Chairwoman, can I made the motion, but I didn't really give that kind of detail. Is that okay? So I just want to be clear that I support this version of the map, but just as with all my fellow commissioners, there are a number of changes I would like to see with that. But I feel, again, for the sake of moving forward, this is our best map to put forward to the public at this time. But we have received, as Commissioner Watchman just mentioned, a lot of feedback, and as everybody has mentioned actually, a lot of feedback from the public in the last couple of days as these maps were out there. And there's a number of places that I think we can still make some adjustments. Just as an example, we received a lot of comments from people in Lake Havasu. There was an article from Havasu News about concerns about the current map. So I'm confident that, if from my perspective, I think the configurations of things like District 2 and District 9, we have a lot of room to make adjustments in those, as we will with probably many of these districts that we have. So I support as well, Chairwoman, the fact that we do want to take a closer look at what was proposed by Mayor Romero. I think that's a great point. We've all been compromising in many ways. We've compromised on certain areas and certain districts in here. So I support 7.1. I would like us to move forward, but I want to acknowledge the fact that there are a number of areas for each of us that we will be looking to and looking to hear from the public as well on prospective changes. And from my perspective, I also appreciate the public providing us with that input. There were a lot of things that I learned about Lake Havasu, for example. So keep providing that feedback. Thank you, Chairwoman.
But before we vote, I'd like to check in with our mapping team and due diligence to ensure that of these 9 districts, we have done our best to maximize the 6 constitutional criteria, and you're not seeing any concerns or anything that you're flagging that may require a little extra explanation for our decision making. As I look at all 9 districts, I think all districts include all aspects of the 6 criteria. The districts are, compact, they're contiguous, very carefully, divided with equal population, working on competitiveness to increase accountability to, for communities of interest. VRA compliance. I don't know if anybody else wants to go on record with, explaining any of their decisions as it relates to the criteria that we've used.
Madam Chair, I agree with what you just said and say, as you noted, the districts are quite compact, reasonable looking. Where there are odd shapes, like top of District 8, well, we're following the city borders of Peoria. The city is odd shaped. The one thing that probably jumps out when people look at the map is the District 6 arm coming into Pinal, and it is an odd shape, but of course it's following the highway corridor. And so when you look at the residential patterns and the transportation patterns in there, it makes a lot of sense. It does, people may wonder about it because it dodges off the highway at one point, but that's because we're following the city line to keep Eloy together and as we go along that corridor. So it's entirely explainable, and I think the one thing there's no question about, we have a very extensive record of every decision and direction and change made to get us to this point. So anyone who wants to know why it looks that way, it's on the hub, and they can have fun reading through that.
Okay.
Good.
So if there's no other discussion, I believe we have a motion on the table, but I need a second.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds the motion.
Any further discussion? We have a motion on the table to approve Congressional District Map 7.1 as our official draft map. I will take a vote. Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, a unanimous vote to adopt 7.1 as the new draft map for congressional districts. Congratulations, and very nicely done. I believe we can now turn to the legislative districts. That I'm sure will go just as smoothly.
You don't have those on, though.
Okay, so we went back and created the 10X series for the legislative map. We actually have 3 maps to propose to you because the Phoenix changes were all the same. So we took version 10.0 with all the Phoenix changes and then split off of that version to build both of the South Arizona changes. So why don't you bring up 10.0? They are accessible on the web in the redistricting system, so the public, if you're watching, you're more than welcome to go pick them up. They are available right now and follow along. So 10.0's goal was to take the Phoenix change of uniting the Phoenix Mountain Preserve into District 2. So this is what the new District 2 looks like. It follows the State Route 51 freeway, then cuts across Northern and connects into District 26. So now the Phoenix Mountain Preserve is tied together. So with that, District 2 moves into District 1, which goes down to Northern Avenue, as we just talked about. And then District 1, if you move the map south. And then what District 1 did is it moves east into District 8, moving all the way over and taking the Papago Park area. So you can see now it extends east into District 8. Then to keep going with population balancing, because now all the moves that we were doing is to balance the population. District 8 is going to move north into District 4. So you can see the arm that comes up the 101 freeway of District 8. We took that from District 4 and put that into District 8 to do population balancing. The east side is North Scottsdale Road, and we did not split the town of Paradise Valley. District 4 then needs to move into District 2. Drag the map up a little bit. So you can see there in the northwest side of District 4, it moved over to population balance into District 2 because District 2 gained a bunch of population when we united the Phoenix Mountain Preserve and we had to go south. So that move into District 4 went all the way over to 7th Street, and the south border is Bell, so we stayed north of Bell Road. So that's what that top corner is. And that's how we balanced out the request to unite the Phoenix Mountain Preserve. You want to bring up the demographics? This is the demographics for 10.0. Then again, this does not have any of the Southern Arizona changes on it. Doug, you got anything on the demographics?
Just that none of these changes impacted any of our effective Latino or the Native American, or the heavily Native American seat. Districts 2 and 4 that were involved in the shifting were already competitive seats, and they remain competitive seats after this change. The other two, District 1 and 8, were not in the competitive range before this, and continue to not be in the competitive range. So we shifted the communities without impacting how many competitive seats there were or any of our Voting Rights Act concerns.
And 4 is a very highly competitive of 0.5 of 1% in our vote spread. And that one. So 10.1 builds upon 10.0, so it takes all the Phoenix changes that you just saw, incorporates them in the map. And the goal of 10.1 was to follow the Latino Coalition submission in southeast Arizona, so uniting all of Santa Cruz County together, then going south and along the southern edge of Arizona to get the cities of Bisbee and Douglas together, as you can see there on the map. District 19 now, because it lost population due to that change, 19 now goes north, and if you zoom into the Davis-Montham area, you can see 19 now goes north into the Davis-Montham area and takes that swash of population from District 21. It does split Davis-Montham Air Base in half. It is balanced. There's all the population assigned. And that is one way of incorporating the population change with the southern Arizona move. Do you want to pull up the demographics?
So the only district that this impacts from a Voting Rights Act side is District 21, which before this change was at 48% Latino CVAP and at 59.9 and 67.1 in the governor and attorney general race. The 10.1, let me make sure I'm looking at the right one here. Yes. In 10.1, it goes up, the Latino CVAP is 51%. Make sure I look at the right one. I think I got the wrong row there. 21. Yeah. Is 52% Latino CVAP and 62% in the governor's race. So it goes up 4% in CVAP and about 2% in the elections that we're tracking.
So now if we look at 10.2, again incorporates the same changes that we made in Phoenix in 10.0, but it population balances the changes in southern Arizona differently in the Tucson area. Let's roll down. Let's roll down. So you can see it's the same Latino Coalition district, uniting all of Santa Cruz County, and then going east along southern Arizona for Bisbee and Douglas, connecting those. But the way we actually did with population balancing was a little different. Vail and the southern district of D17 actually moved into District 19, and you can see that sort of where the curved area, that District 19 goes into District 17 just south of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. And then if you go north to the north side of Tucson, in the Casas Dobie's area, we split it at Overton Road as requested. So zoom into that very top piece. So you can see here we took some population and split it Overton Road and took that out of 18 and put that into 17 as requested. And then if we go back down to the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base area, you can see that District 17 for population balance actually moves west into Davis-Monthan Air Force Base and bows into the yellow District 21 there. It's balanced. Everybody's assigned for population, and there was nothing we couldn't do that you requested. So that's the alternate way of balancing the southern Arizona change. Bring up the demographics.
Yeah,
it is in there.
It's in the Everyone group.
It's in the Draft Maps public group. It's all the groups. It should be in every group that you can get to, but the template group.
You might need to refresh.
You might need to refresh the browser.
Under recent plans, they just posted it.
Yeah, it was hot off the press 5 minutes before we got here, back in session.
So you can bring up the spreadsheet.
And here's the demographics for 10.2.
And so in 10.0, you may remember District 17. Oh, let me start with the Latino side first. So this change does take District 21 up slightly in Latino CVAP, so it's up to 53% from 52 in 10.1. And the performance rate numbers are, of course, fine at 62% and 69%. The big change in this map is District 17. You may remember District 17 was at 9.9% spread, and with this change it comes down to 5.4%. So it actually is in our competitive range now after these changes.
That's
10.2.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, 10.1 did not touch District 17, so that there was no change in that. That's what we got.
And we will pass it back to you for any questions.
Any clarifying questions of the mapping team? Then I will open it up to dialogue from my colleagues about the versions, what you like, what you don't like. Let's please discuss them all before anyone entertains a motion.
So I'd like to talk about Maricopa County. Commissioner Lerner's original request was to take D8 up to Indian Bend.
Which map are you looking at?
I'm looking at 10.1, which is the same as 10.0. Talking about Maricopa County, they're all the same. I would argue that the McCormick Ranch Association and North Scottsdale along the Scottsdale Airport corridor that is now included in D8 should be part of D4. And so where would I take that population from in D4, which would be then west of the I-51 corridor from D4, and I would move that, and that's the trade-off I would make. I don't know where you get the rest of the population for D2. Maybe you go north, but I think D2 was overpopulated at one point because you grabbed the Sunny Slope area, but
So I'm sorry, because I was trying to get this up on my, because I still can't find that other map on mine.
Can you
So
bring
you're
up-
on 10.1?
Right there, it's on, in front of you. So if you look at D8, it goes all the way up into the Scottsdale Air Park area. Your original request was to stop at about Indian Bend, I would say 1 mile south, which would be McDonald. Or Shea. We need to include McCormick Ranch and Scottsdale Air Park in with Paradise Valley and North Scottsdale.
Can you please justify your suggestions based on the constitutional criteria?
Well, McCormick Ranch is a community of interest that is currently split. Paradise Valley borders Scottsdale Road. Scottsdale and Paradise Valley, to me, are a community of interest. They vote that way. They vote accordingly, and they share the same school district, same shopping corridors. They commute along the 101 south down into Chandler for high tech and other parts of the city, and those need to be together.
Madam Chair, if I may, just procedurally, let me check with legal on this. I think the commission needs to decide whether to accept one of these three before we start moving on to additional changes.
We're not asking you to do changes. We're just discussing the pros and cons of these maps.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner York?
Okay.
So we can say what we like and don't like and would change, but our first task is to vote on a map as a starting point.
So,
But your confidence in the ability to change the map in a way that you like is obviously very relevant to the map you're going to vote for.
Well, none of these maps have my comments. So
Given that none of the maps have what you're looking for, do you have a preference of the maps? And if so, can you please share with us what your preference is and why you feel that map best captures the 6 constitutional criteria?
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, so 9-2 is the official approved map right now. So our choice could still be 9-2 or one of the 10 series.
Correct. As usual, we are always able to stick to a previously approved map if we don't like another map better.
Commissioner York, can you clarify where you would move things around for that, on how, and how that would impact? Because what you're talking about is shifting District 4, I think, correct?
yes,
And
along.
I unfortunately have I don't seem to be able to get what you're showing up here, so I'm
District 4
struggling a
along
little.
McDonald, which is 1 mile south of Indian Bend, which then would include all of McCormick Ranch and District 4. And then you would take that corridor along the Highway 101 up to the Scottsdale Air Park.
Is that north of the 101?
Well, the 101 runs north-south, so it's,
Well, up in that corner of
yes,
D4.
that corner
You're-
of D8 right now.
Can I ask a question? If Maricopa County is the same in all of the maps, is that what you said? Maricopa
Yes.
County is the same? Why don't we pick a map based on the differences first, and then we can come back and fix Maricopa County?
Well, Maricopa County in 9.2 is a map that I'm in favor of. So we took Commissioner Lerner's request to look and see what the Sunny Slope area did to D2, but in doing so, now we've changed D8, D4, and D2 and D1, and I'm not in favor of some of the changes. That's what I'm trying to.
Right, so just to quickly summarize, both 10.1 and 10.2 are the different ways we handled the southern portion of the state. But both of those are based off the 10.0, which does include Commissioner Lerner's change in Maricopa. So if we were to include just the southern portion of that arm across the southern border, that would, and not include the Phoenix that Maricopa changes, That would be an additional version off of the approved 9.2 that we have not made yet.
Wait, but you have made some of the changes in the south, correct?
Correct.
Correct, but that's
Right,
the
but-
foundational plan that was used includes changes in Maricopa.
Right. Well, from my perspective, it's all part of the same package. However, when we look at 10.1 and 10.1 and 10.2 both have the Maricopa changes. So it seems like we should focus on those, and then we could come back and take a look at what Commissioner York is talking about.
Yeah, it sounds like there may be agreement of Maricopa County in 9.2, but with wanting to take a look at the southern portions of 10.1 or 10.2. Is that what I'm hearing from my commissioners?
Not from me. I'm not in agreement on that, on the Maricopa piece. Which is why I suggested the changes up in the Maricopa area. And then it was all part of the same, these were some concerns. There's a lot more than the Maricopa that I could have proposed, but chose not to. This was just the only one I wanted to make the suggestion. So, but I guess what I'm saying is, what if we take a look at the southern part first and see how that is, and then we can come back to the Maricopa where Commissioner York and I can take a closer look at some of the things he's proposing?
Mapping, what was the population change with Commissioner Lerner's request to move the Sunny Slope area into D2?
Give us 1 sec.
So 9.2 District 2 was overpopulated by 3,977.
Well, from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of population shifts that will have to occur to balance
Yes.
in all of them. And there were before in 9.2 as well. But we knew that for the legislative.
Well, we're going to need to make decisions on the South and Maricopa County, so let's start with one and dive in.
On the south, I would have a strong preference to stay with 9.2, so we would be, I think Commissioner York and I would both agree that 9.2 is just a better map for us to be using as a draft map to be moving forward. On 10.2, it's just wrong, in my opinion, on community of interest to separate Rita Ranch and Vale from the Tango Verde area. I mean, they are such close communities of interest and clearly want to be together. That's just a really bad thing to do, or wrong thing to do. And even 10.1, I don't think really, I think 10.1 moves District 19 back into the urban area, and I don't think we gain much from it. Well, I guess we gain the southern, I think in the spirit of compromise, I could agree with the southern portion of 10.1. I definitely could not agree to the southern portion of 10.2, but we would want to combine it back with the northern portion of 9.2. Which I think they could probably do fairly quickly.
And I will say, just as you said about 10.1, 9.2 is just a non-starter for me. And that's why I asked for some changes, because when you made the changes to District 17, I object to those changes completely in terms of what they did. I am in favor of looking at these maps to see if they can bring some alignment and bring some compromise. I feel that 9.2, it was just not a compromise from my perspective. Those changes were made, I think, and did not completely take into account what I believe there were in terms of communities of interest and the factors that I articulated earlier, which is why if we could move to preferably 10.2, which I think is a better version, I could support that compromise that we made on District 17. I don't disagree. There are some communities that should be together that are not, but that's how I felt on 9.2. I felt we were removing a community of interest, Casas Adobes, from the Marana area and Oro Valley, and those are things that I think should absolutely have been together. So I don't disagree that there are some places that we are separating. And as we all know, these are just the drafts, and these are the first round, but I just have to be honest with that I feel that just as you're feeling about 10.2, I feel about 9.2.
The question about the population switch to Unite Mountain Preserve was just over 51,000 people for population.
I guess is why I felt that Maricopa County was acceptable as in 9.2. Because at this point, I think we need to go, like I said originally, go out to the market and hear what Sunny Slope wants to be part of. I still think Paradise Valley, North Scottsdale, and McCormick Ranch need to be together. And to move 51,000 people today just doesn't seem fair for the entire process.
And if we were to do the change that you just mentioned from McDonald all the way up to the air park, that is just over 25,000 people.
Right.
Following Pima Road, so we didn't cut the Indian Reservation off at 101.
Right.
And my feeling is we should keep these changes that we have right now for Maricopa County. We can make adjustments later on, just in the same way. These were communities of interest that we were looking at, and that's why I had requested those changes. They were just going to try to modify a little bit to adjust to a few communities that were otherwise split. And I understand, Commissioner York, what you're proposing as well. But I, at this point, to make those changes, it will definitely have a ripple effect, and we'd have to take a look at some others to see what happens from there.
So you're saying you don't want to go there and allow those ripples to happen for points of expediency right now?
Well, my feeling is I'm open to looking at 10 point, I'm just making sure I've got this right. 10.1 or 10.2 on the south, one of those options, but I'd like to keep these Maricopa changes.
In their entirety?
The way that we have them laid out.
So Commissioner Lerner, you're saying that you want all of the changes in Maricopa County that you want, and you want all the changes in the south, and that's the map you'll vote for?
I could, well, I'm trying to find a compromise with this. I really am. So if we could keep the Maricopa changes in the north, I mean, on the north side of the map, and then even though I, as you know, have great concern about the changes in 9.2 on the south and have strong disagreements with that, perhaps that would be the compromise, would be take the southern part for what happened in District 17, in District 18, and then keep the top part in Maricopa County, that change, and then vote from that perspective, or consider that perspective, I should say.
Just for clarification, so the map that includes the Maricopa changes but no changes in Tucson would be map 10.0.
What I'm hearing is accepting the changes to Maricopa County, what, on 10.0, that Commissioner Lerner had suggested, and maintaining the southern boundaries per 9.2. Is that what it is?
Which would be map 10.0.
Which is map 10.0. And if I could have my colleagues compromise on that, where one side is getting a little bit more of what they want in the north and one side is getting a little more of what they want in the south, and the five of us in good faith continue to work together to bring all sides closer so we all feel more comfortable with the north and south, that would be remarkable. It's also possible that it's easier to fix some of these things when we start deliberations anew, because when we start all over after public feedback, we're going to be more willing to literally blow something up with ripple effects, because we'll have sufficient time with all of the extra knowledge. So I'm not sweating whether or not this is the perfect end-all map. I think it's a remarkable blend of ideas. But I'd love, if my commissioners, I don't want to make the mapping team go do more work, but if we could come up with an LD map, the north, according to, my commissioners on the right, the south, according to my commissioners on the left, and we get a consensus vote, I'd call today a remarkable success.
And that's something that I'm suggesting that we could do. We can have this map. We'll take the south that we had previously approved, and then take the changes that I recommended for the north, for Maricopa, combine those into one.
I don't know how to say strongly enough that we don't like this, but we will vote for it.
And Commissioner Meal, I'm right there with you. I also can feel very strongly that this is not my ideal, but for the sake of compromise and to help us move forward. But there are a lot of concerns I have throughout this map, and so I'm with you on that.
And I too have concerns, but I don't know a better way that better captures the collaborative commitments that adhere to the 6 constitutional criteria as much as I think it's remarkable. And when the mapping team puts it together, I'd like to, as we did with the congressional district, do some due diligence, look through the districts, do a check on the constitutional criteria, and make sure that all of our decisions have been covered through as many of the criteria as possible. So we could feel good about this draft.
So I propose a motion that we accept 10.0 as the draft map for the legislative districts.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds.
Any further discussion?
My only request will be, once you've got that all done, if you can then forward to us those summaries, plan summaries, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, we have plenty to work on for the hub site. And
yeah, afterwards.
Yeah.
And I want to remind us that once we do take this vote, that we want to talk about renumbering the legislative districts.
Okay. And as we take the vote, I'd like to give space to my colleagues to share, their concerns. I mean, we're all going on record, and we're happy with some things and unhappy with others, and I want to give a chance for you all to really be heard. So where are we? We had a motion to accept 10.0. Did we have a second?
We did.
Any further discussion? We'll take a vote. Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
I've done this 10 times today. Well, as you mentioned, to make a statement, and I know I've said that, but just in the context of the vote, I will vote aye. I have significant concerns, especially about certain areas of the map that I think will need to be worked on. I look forward to hearing from the public, but right now, what's the southern part of the state maps, some of the concerns for the coalition map recommendations and where they are of concern to me, and I'll want to take a closer look at those. But I vote aye.
Commissioner York.
As a statement, Commissioner York is concerned with the northeast corner of Maricopa County and in turn intends to address those thoughts and get feedback from the public. We did receive a letter today from McCormick Ranch with a proposition, I believe, and we'll consider that as we continue to work on after the draft maps have been approved, and so I vote aye.
Chairwoman Newberg votes aye. I think it's a great compromise map. I need to learn more about the Tucson area. I'd like to learn more from the Latino Coalition about ideas on that southern district. But I feel very proud of, the levels of, again, honoring the constitutional criteria. These districts are, compact. They're equal population. We've done a remarkable job of grouping as many communities of interest as we can, respecting as many physical boundaries as we can, while all at the same time trying to maximize competitiveness with due diligence to honoring and respecting VRA compliance. Mapping, would you like to maybe walk us through a little bit your assessment of the map as it honors the Constitution, and if there's any, strengths, any weaknesses you see that we should take note of?
Chair Newberg, members of the Commission, again, I would primarily refer folks to the giant record that the Commission, at the Commission's direction, has been established to document each of the changes that got us here. But yes, we have lots of community of interest testimony across the map. The Commission has given us direction on a number of competitiveness improvements in various parts of the map. We have the Native American district has been kept together. There are some disputes in District 7 in District 6 about which area should be with the reservation groupings, but we have all the reservations together as requested in there. And then, as you probably have all seared into your memories at this point, we have extensive discussions in Maricopa and Tucson and in Yuma and across the map about where those lines should go that I think you've built a very good record for how the decisions are made to get us where we are today. So, and on the screen, you can see the spreadsheet from a numbers perspective. Yes, we're looking at, as Dr. Hanley advised in District 6 for the Native American percentages, trying to keep those as high as we can with reasonable logical boundaries that follow the constitutional criteria. And we do have that at, depending on which numbers are used, 58 or 54%. As we discussed this morning, we have 7 effective Latino performance districts that are both very high in Latino CVAP and that perform by our measurements. And then on the competitiveness spread, we have, just run through this, we have districts 2, 4, 1, 2, I think we're at 6 or 7 at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 that are competitive by vote spread. A couple that are just outside. We have an 8%, and some others that are very close. And then a 7th that is not in the vote spread. Let me see, what number is that? I believe it's 12. Can you highlight 12 across there? That is not competitive by vote spread, but does have a swing seat. Perfect. Thank you, Brian. Yeah. So we have a good number of competitive seats, and we're looking good on the voting rights front as well. Obviously, as the Commissioner has expressed, the community has lots of input on changes they would like to see as well, and I look forward to hearing from them. But at this point, we have a very solid map that's well grounded in the constitutional criteria and a very extensive record of the details of how that is.
Thank you. And again, commissioners, thank you for setting an example for our state. One of the most exciting things for me is being able, in a unified voice, to come to the public and ask the public to engage in civil discourse right along with us. And, there's no better example than what we just set. And so from the bottom of my heart, I really thank you, and I think it's going to help lead and continue to encourage remarkable democratic discourse in our state. There's something very right going on. Our public is highly engaged and really giving us fabulous, intelligent, constructive feedback. So I draw that line directly to the behavior and attitudes of my commissioners. So thank you. And if there's no other questions, or I don't know if legal has any commentary on these maps that we just approved.
No legal commentary, but if I can make a suggestion in that we wait on renumbering the districts, and I say that primarily because there's a lot of analysis that has been ongoing that's associated with the current numbers, so it might be easier if we actually wait on that, Commissioner Meal, per your request.
But don't we want to go out with draft maps that does have it renumbered?
It's not required at this point from any legal perspective, so I think it would just introduce a bit of confusion on our end and maybe on Timmons' end, but
So will you call Senator Fan?
I will definitely not be calling Senator Fan. That's a suggestion, Commissioner Meal and Chairwoman. We can obviously adjust if you think it is important to make the changes now.
It would be I think it would be confusing for the public, but I think we make a commitment. Of course, we know that the numbers will change because that's tradition. But I'm a little worried about making all the adjustments now when everybody's been looking at these maps, finally got used to not talking about their old numbers, are now looking at these. So that's my only concern. Unless
But I think we're going to just extend that issue. And so do we wait and then after the final maps, then we change the numbers?
Yeah. I'm okay with changing
Yeah,
them after.
okay, then this is an announcement to Senator Fan and the public. We promise Prescott will be number one at the end of this process. Thank you.
So we still have documents to post to the hub site. All of the PDFs will be referencing in the 10 series, the numbering as they are right now. And if you choose not to vote, the approved legislative draft map that I have up on screen that I have not shared yet with the public are still the old numbering, or the only numbering, the current numbering system that we have. So if there is no vote, and that was the announcement to the senator, I'll go ahead and share this with the public.
Let's wait on the vote.
Okay. Anything else on this issue? I believe we can move to agenda item number 7, Executive Director's Report and discussion thereof. We have A, our 30-day listening tour, and B, discussion of final map deliberation dates.
Chairwoman and Commissioners, I apologize for the delay. We are super excited that we have several locations booked. We're still adding more as we get confirmation from several of the venues. And so we are posting on our website. We'll have it up within the hour. All of the locations we've confirmed. We'll email all of you the locations and venues we've confirmed, the dates and times. And then we will be continuing to do outreach to make sure that all of the communities that we will be visiting are on notice. We'll post them on our agendas on our website as well. And then we will be making sure that we blast it out through social media. If there are no other questions, that's all the information I have for you.
Will you also email those dates to us?
Yes. We absolutely will.
Is everybody clear? It said one thing that's helpful is it sounds like every Saturday event is going to start at 10 and every weekday event will start at 6 p.m. So that in terms of our calendaring, we know what to expect.
That's correct, Chairwoman. And with that, I have no further discussion unless there's any other questions.
Okay, anything that we want to discuss on the final map deliberation dates? We did look through our calendar the other day, began to discuss, kind of strategies. I don't have anything that I need to add at this point, but if any of my colleagues You know, we're really becoming experts on how to do deliberation. Next time around, we're going to be even more efficient. Okay. We will move to agenda item number 8, next meeting date and future agenda items. So actually, we are not having a business meeting on Tuesday, as we alluded to earlier. So our next meeting will likely be a public hearing. Do we have the first one set?
Yes, it's Saturday, November 6th is the first one.
Okay, so Saturday, November 6th, 10 a.m., and then I would presume that we may want to schedule a regular business meeting on the Tuesday, the 9th. For everyone's calendars, and that Tuesday time can be, you know, our regular business meeting at, 8, if that works. Okay. Okay. If nothing else, we'll move to agenda item number 9. We will now close public comments. Please note, members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. And with that, we get to agenda item number 10, adjournment. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the public, to the media for coming, and we look forward to seeing you on the road and starting the process over and beginning to learn all of what the state has to share. Congrats.